Hi. Fortnite's my not my Discord, but freaking this. I'm out of breath. Oh my god. Hi, welcome. I'm gonna fight Twitch. Twitch Mobile. I'm gonna fight it. Anyways, our lovely winner today is Goomber. And I just took my vitamins, Fox. I sat down, was about to do stuff, and I was like, fuck. Gotta take vitamins. So I did, so thank you. But hi, Doc. Hi, Goomber. Hi, Nikki. Oh my god, I'm at breath. Hi, Haunted. Did I say hi? Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. Hi, Kai. Hi, Fox. Hello. Hello, Turnip. Only a desktop thing. That's weird. I don't know why you're having... What? This dun dun. Twitch, I feel like, has been breaking so much recently. Both on mobile and, like, normal. Sorry, I hit my monitor. Just hovering there. It's staring at you menacingly. The refresh. Hopefully it does. Oh yeah, my silly little friend is at work today. Anyways, hi! How is everybody? Other than that, I hope everybody's doing well and going to work. Oh, Nikki drive to work. Okay, I see. It's comfy as fuck. It is nice. Truth be told, another nice sweater day, of course. I have a whole bunch of sweaters. I have to wear tank tops or like shirts underneath this because it is like a knit. So it is very like, you can see all the holes. So it gets super cold. But it has this cute like, I'll just stand up instead of lifting it. It's like actually like edged, like the points. It has little points and it's really cute. I love my 70s vibe. I'm like crunch up again. Yes. So clever. Yeah, it just follows a little pattern and it's very nice. What the hell? Okay. The hoodie season arrives? Yes. It's the weird season right now because we're getting rain and it's cold, but then some days it's also still 80. So I don't know what's happening with it. But it's always like this. It's Southern California for you. What Binkus? Ooh. I hate this one little bang. I don't want the drama hair. It reminds me of the old, we have them, the old, like, big carpets. Hello, Gothic. Hopefully it's all well there. I might wear glasses today. Yeah, I can't see things properly today. So I think it's a glasses day. Meow, 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 meow. Malabonia. Yeah. There's a new map and I think it's like a battle pass. I don't really know. Either way, it's for Battlefield 6, but it's in California and I'm like, it's my fucking backyard. Everybody say hi to class. You mean W? I miss Gothic. This song haunts me. I need to finish the edit, but I like it, but I don't like it. It's too plain. There's a new map in Arc Raiders, and it's horrifying. It's horrifying. It's all inside. I killed people though. I killed people. I am someone who gets... Which way does this go? I get really stressed under pressure, especially in shooters, especially when I'm the last man standing. But I did good. I saved Jordy. Jordy went down and he said, yeah, he's right there. I'm like, and I turned with my shotgun down that one. I was like, okay, one more person. And I did it. I won the fight for us. Did I have my phone up for a reason? I was responding to people. We're going to put that away now. Hee. Mad Nose, fuck it up. Doing your job well. I think I'm gonna fight my hair today. Do. Ifix, hell yeah. Kai, I literally thought of you immediately when I was playing Baldur's Gate last night when I sat the owl bear down. I was like, I need to show Kai this. Just silly little me as an owlbear sitting in a seat, chilling. Straight chilling. It was so funny. We had Baldur's Gate. We had Bald Gay night last night. Very efficient. We fought Cazador. It's been so long since the game's out. I still don't want to say like spoiler stuff, but either way, we did that fight. Did we talk to anybody afterwards? No, because we were like, we need to go to bed now. It was almost 11, and they work normal 9 to 5s. Some from home, some at workplaces. But like, we did good. We got a lot of stuff done. We tried to return the money to the bank. Unfortunately, we caused a lot of problems at the bank. So it wasn't that easy to get in the bank. Don't try to rob a bank and then come back and try to give them their money back. They're not too happy about it. The bear was sad. Another achievement for petting both Scratch and the owlbear at the same time. It's called There's a Reason You Have Two Hands. As it is! There's a reason you have two hands. Give them both headbats. That's so cute. The quote from last night was me saying, owlbear coming through. Just, excuse me, owlbear. Because I was going up and down the ladders as well. I was like, pardon me, owlbear? Owlbear coming through? The owlbear climbing, I got stuck at one point because I glitched it out for a second and it fixed itself. But I was going up a ladder as the owlbear, but it was a super short ladder, so it like spazzed out for a second. But going up and down a ladder as an owlbear is so fucking funny. Highly recommend turning into owlbear and going up and down a ladder. Iconic. Good hee ha ha's all around. Okay, today's quote from me and my friends was, no, guy, don't eat the uranium, you're so sexy, ha ha ha. Yes. But like, forbidden rock, forbidden card candy. I can concur to that. Don't do it, you're too hot and sexy, ah ha ha. Oh my god, I took a screenshot of it, oh, not me queuing up all of the... Ooh, Taste the Nations today. I'm gonna get in trouble by you guys. Oh, this is the cat picture of the day. I had to do something for friends, and this was the cat picture of the day. I don't know if I used this one. Let me see. Where would I have save it? Where would I have? Because there's two cats that I like that smile like that. Stream clips, stream effects, retouch, stream archive? No. Stream info, stream info. Stream clips, sure. Stream video? No. Stream archive, stream sound effects, stream info. There we go. I found it. Hi, Quiet. How are you? I will hydrate. Actually, yeah, you did do a hydrate. I was like, did you do a hydrate? Okay, no, I used the other smiling orange cat. Okay, cool. I was like, I hope I picked the other smiling orange cat and I did a different one. So this is the cat of the day. I don't need that picture anymore. That's my cookie. It's no longer cookie shape. No longer cookie shape. An ounce of uranium has roughly 20 billion calories. So Kai, if we work in the calories, we can have 1 ounce of uranium. How's you? I'm good. I'm crashing out about my bangs, so I might pull back my hair. I ate a lot of my cookie last night while playing Baldur's Gate. Very fun, very good. Other than that, I'm good. I am about to get yelled at for something I'm about to say. But it was funny. Fun fact, Google AI tells me eating uranium is immediately fatal and is not a food source. Well, have they tried? Have AI Google tried? AI Google hasn't personally tried. What? It was funny. Okay, so I sent B this one TikTok because I saw it and somebody was doing a fan cast for Resident Evil characters. Perfectly fine, whatnot. And I told her, I'm going to krill myself. Rebecca is a dream role, but literally, Kaylee Spacey. Spacey? Space. Kaylee Space. Kaylee Space. Spaney. Kaylee Spaney. I was like, what is it? It says Spay, and then I forgot the rest of it. It's literally... I just put it in all caps, but literally Kaylee is perfect. Oh my god. But the funny thing is that I went back and saw, and so that's my text, and underneath, the one which you can't see, it's TikTok messaging. If you're having a tough time or thinking about harming yourself, we want you to know there's help available. I was like, oh, TikTok, it was a joke. It was a joke. It was a I'm upset joke. It was so funny, TikTok being like, hey, are you okay? I'm like, well, I was just showing her that there was a fan cast, and this fan cast was really great. There was also some really good options for some other characters that this person did. I was like, okay. That's my silly haha. Hee hee. Anyways, how is everybody else? Quiet, how are you adjusting at the new job? Hopefully it's good. Otherwise, I will personally, fight. You or the job? I don't know. Maybe both. This is what I get for stopping from styling my hair and giving up on it. I'm gonna crown myself! Literally, that's what I told her. That was such a whiny fucking damn. What the hell? But literally what I told me, because I'm like, I'm sorry, that may be a dream role, but that bitch is a perfect cast for it. So I'm sorry, I can't do that no more. It's been a thing? Hell yeah, we take that. We take it. If it hasn't been awful, we'll take it. Be right back. I miss Kadik. I miss you already. Anyways. I love this song. Somebody needs to pick something for me to edit and put this with this song. Oh, where's my Steam? I almost was about to crash out. Like, not crash out like, like crash out like, boom. I guess I should say pass out in that case. I think that's the opposite of a crash out. It's a pass out. I didn't have, well, okay, hold on. I actually, okay, no, that's fine. Half of what I had this morning is bad for me. But there is a small amount of things of which I can eat for breakfast that aren't bad for me. So, I did good. And I can eat this one. It was yogurt, okay? I had yogurt. I had Greek yogurt. It's very hard. I like Greek yogurt. So I had Greek yogurt with peaches and granola. But the yogurt usually doesn't hurt me. It's Greek yogurt. Greek yogurt, not as bad for me. Normal yogurt hurt, kind of. Feeling it right now, I'm dying. No! You can't do it! No! No. It's Greek yogurt. God, you're not allowed to. We haven't finished Resident Evil. We're not playing it today, but we haven't finished Resident Evil, therefore you cannot. This book, they have an alchemist, and she keeps adding wolfsbane to things. I had to Google to see if wolfsbane was poisonous. I had to look it up. The words wolfsbane poisonous towards human, and Google gave me a... Google did the same thing that TikTok did for me. It's fucking terrorism. I know. Greek yogurt doesn't hurt as bad as normal yogurt because of the way that it is. So if there's any yogurt I'm eating, it should be Greek yogurt. Yogurt as bad for lactose intolerant people? Yeah, see? No. Okay, this is the AI overview, which I love this. Yes, lactose intolerant people can eat yogurt. But they're gonna eat yogurt and ice cream either way. They only lack the toes. Love me, Papa. Love me. Yeah, see, because the straining process removes much of the lactose. It removes a lot of the toes, okay? Don't fucking eat dairy items. Okay, but I love cheese. Ice cream is the only biggest exception because that's ice cream, but I don't eat ice cream all the time. That's the only big exception. Cheese, though, I love cheese. I feel like I'm bartering for my life here. Like, cheese. You have to allow me cheese. You know the meme of cat can have little salami? I need little cheese. I have been eating a lot of cheese, but I need little cheese. I say as I ate a lot of pork yesterday. I'm having coffee, which also has creamer in it, but the creamer is like the non-dairy, but like dairy. It's not dairy, but it's like dairy adjacent. I don't know what the fuck that means, truth be told. Someone's gonna have to explain that to me. And I mean that politely and kindly. And like, I'm not stupid, but I don't want to, I don't know. It doesn't say dairy. This can't, yeah, cat can't have little salami, but it's that stupid little meme. There's a little audio of cat that can have little salami. There's also of the, there's a hamster one of, I forget what that one was. Salami. That's the salami. That's the other salami meme in my head. Anyways, yeah. I had yogurt. I'm sorry for my actions. I at least had peaches, and I'm not allergic to that. I would cry if I was allergic to peaches. And granola. And granola I'm allowed. Yeah. Because what else am I supposed to have? Can I have oats? Oats. Contain. I guess there is. I mean, I can have oats. Oats don't have... Do I have to start eating oats again? That sounds like it's gonna be a painful experience. Interesting. I don't want to eat. I have rice crackers, but I think those are really old and stale, so I should not eat those. Here, telling you not to eat these items, and my lactose intolerance can consume cheese. I see, exactly. You must allow me ice cream and cheese. And Greek yogurt. Greek yogurt is the exception. Is actually the exception. I want to eat ice. Don't eat ice unless it's like the you don't have it, Kai. Like I'm sure there's an equivalent to one of the restaurants there, but like Chick-fil-A, their ice is that really like soft, like tiny little pellets of ice. That shit's so nice to crunch because it doesn't like hurt crunch, but it has a nice like crunch. It's almost a slushy, but not exactly a slushy content. Wonderful. That ice, yes. I can't stop you from doing anything. You're right, but it's the shame. It's the shame that hits me. Eat ice cubes, to be honest. Okay. Sorry, my head started going. This is not due to the dairy. This is due to some... This is... I don't know what this is due. This is extreme fatigue. I should go to the doctor's. I do actually need to make an appointment. They're just... Their scheduling is very wonky. So by the time I remember I need to make a doctor's appointment, their bookings are closed. And I'm like... Okay, I gotta wait till the first week again. Hello. Hello, Coos. I'm gonna call you Coos. It'll be Coos. I still was trying to decide in my head. I'm like, how am I gonna say your name? How will it be said? What is happening to me? It's contained. My hair is getting too long that I can use these, the claw clips, but they are not having the same effect as they used to because there's too much hair. Oh my gosh, we're talking about tummy problems. So down for you calling me whatever feels right for you? Aw, hell yeah. Well, I hope you're doing well. Good morning. Hello, my love. Hello, my wife. Hi, Shaylin. How was your neck? How was your neck healing? I finished stream and I could have rated. No, don't worry about it. It'd be that way though. I haven't rated out at all this week. I think today we'll finally rate out, but like it hasn't felt like a week for me to rate out. I don't know. It's been very calm where it's like, okay, we're just gonna part ways now. All of us, how are you doing? Is it okay? You know, we'll take it. We'll take it. It's not bad. So it's a win in my books. It's a win in my books. Oh, my cat's not facing me. There we go. I need to redo my nails. Oh, maybe I paint them. I need to do my bottom coat and then a top coat. Shaylin, why does work hate us? Why can't I have green and red nails? Like, I'm sorry, I just want 2 colors on my nails. Is that such a sin? Put it on the patch. Woo, fuck yeah! Okay. I mean, at least it's not like you saying it's okay is like, I'll take that. That is a big win. 2 hours, man. Already ripped one of my nails. No! Punch him. Don't punch him. But like, when boom, boom. Or if put to sleep, if you're putting Baymax to sleep, boom. I give him a little pung sometimes when I get frustrated with putting him in. Because sometimes he does not want to cooperate, and I'm just like, please, for the love of God, I just need you to fluff up. You got a raise? Fuck yeah. I need to be checking the mail. We're getting money in the mail, I think. I don't know. I don't know if I'm getting it. I'm pretty sure I am. I just don't know how I'm getting it. So, we're backstage. Just have 2-color nails and hide your hands from managers. I'm like, I literally just want solids. Like, I literally just want to paint my ring finger green and have the rest red. You know, Christmas colors? Like, is that so much to ask for? Who's gonna get mad that I have one nail green? Or one nail red if I did it the other way around? You know? God. What the hell, bro? I need to check my emails. We should do a co-working stream sometime, but I like playing game because then I work afterwards. Not a big deal. How often are managers... I complained about this the other day to some people. I don't think I complained about it on stream. Because, like, I don't know. It's so annoying that they come in and they only talk to the leads. Like, they beeline to the leads. I'm like, okay, I'm not real. Which also, I'm like, I guess in this case, it's great. I'm not real. Don't look at me. Don't look at my nails. We're checking the emails because we're waiting for audition stuff to come back. I need to go to Barnes & Noble. I should not go to Barnes & Noble. Let's see. There's nothing even in my junk email. I haven't bought my other acting stuff, but I'm not rushing to do that one. Let's do the rounds. We're doing the rounds of checking backstage. I don't think I have anything right now, but I need to go in and put in auditions or applications? Question mark? Oh, there's a monologue I need to film. I don't have the energy. And truth be told, I'm gonna be honest, I don't have the energy to do stuff, but because the sun's not out and I'm fueled by the sun, and a lot of Californians are. Hi, Coco! Hello. So many of us are fueled by the sun, but I am most literally tied to the sun, so like, if it's not out for an extended period of time, I simply don't exist, and my whole life gets flipped. Like... Sun, can you please come out? I want my energy back. I want to be happy again. Holy shit, that's a lot of vertical shorts. Ooh. Okay, we put that down. Feels like such a nothing day without it. Yeah. Yeah, lack of sun is painful to me. I hate... Oh my god, dude, I hate that. Oh, I didn't do the hydrate from earlier. Quiet, sorry. I'll double hydrate now. I'll triple hydrate just for you. Remember, it could be drugs. You're right, but there's some other things that I would rather treat myself first with rather than that. Simply because I have a lot of other books that I need to read through first. But I really want to get the second Jurassic Park. I want to get Lost Worlds. That's the one I really want to go get and see if any... No, you know what? You fuck it. You right. Treat yourself. I'm working 5 days next week, which is really not that bad. That's a normal work schedule. It's just I don't... During the holidays, and I'm only part-time... There's the thing, hydrates. It's the fact that I'm part-time. I've complained about it every year when it happens. Oh my god, my lungs. But I'm such a person that, like, if I'm not out before the sun is down, it's hard to get me out. But now I have to barter with myself more because, like, the sun goes down by 5 p.m. 5 p.m. is not bedtime, but it feels like it should be bedtime. It hits like 6 or 7, and I'm like, man, it must be like fucking 9 and 10 at night. No. I hate it. Like, it's been extra. Yeah, it's gloomy today, which is fine. I'll fucking take this gloom because we don't get rain a lot. Southern California, we're dry as hell, so we really need it. And also, it's really cold, and I kind of like it. But also, with it being cold, I'm actually not used to it. And I kind of forgot that the cold actually happens, so I don't know what to wear. Goodness, good luck. Yeah, I work Friday to Monday, starting tomorrow. Then I have Tuesday and Wednesday off, and then I work Thursday and most likely to Sunday. Unless they give me that Sunday off, I don't know what'll happen. I won't know until tomorrow night. Tomorrow I don't like where I'm working either. I should see if somebody wants that day. Both having Twitch issues? What the freak? Why is it like breaking so much? Sorry, I do really like that last message when you were just trying to send the message. The fucking bullshit Betty White tit fuck. Iconic. That's so weird. I know you both use, but I don't know, that's Twitch mobile. Some snow the past few days and it's freezing too, which only adds to the tiredness. You're so real for that. Dude, literally, like, it's cold and I have bad joints. So when it's cold, my joints also shut down and I hurt more. So then I extra don't want to do stuff. But I need to. Like, I should probably film this one monologue I forgot I was going to do. But because the weekend happens and I don't look at audition stuff during the weekends, mainly because I work on the weekends. And then I went to Disney on Tuesday and I forgot that I should film that monologue. It's a monologue, so it's easier to do. What's up? Hello. I don't know why I said it like that. Sorry, you said what's up, and my brain went to Scary Movie of the what's up. Anyways, hello, hi, welcome in. We're complaining about what? I don't know. Put it on the chat block. I love Scream. I love Scream so much. Scream is so good. I need to watch it, actually. Hold on. I need to put it. I don't know. Disney seems to be enough reason to forget. You're so real. Yeah. It just takes so much out of me. Is he who I think he is? Yeah, he is. Okay. Sorry, I didn't know Mr. Daredevil actor Charlie was also in Claire Obscure. Did not know that. Scream 1 or 4. The trailer. Because I'm like, is that real? Scream 7? Oh. It is. Yeah, like this is an official. Yeah, okay. Because I haven't watched the trailer for Scream 7. And that just... I saw it pop up when it originally, like, the trailer came out. Completely forgot. So that just reminded me. Disney drains me so much. Luckily, where I'm at now doesn't drain me as much. Previous locations, I don't know what it was. I just got severely depressed working at that place. And my asthma started acting up. Like, I was having all sorts of health issues from the last location. I had never been that depressed. Coos, you weren't here during that. Summer was a wild ride. Everybody got to hear me, like, go through it. I most literally cried on stream. And not in the good cry where I was crying about Mass Effect ending. I was having a really rough summer. Like my mention of the Betty White Titfuck. Yeah. Oh, that's a band? Betty White Titfuck? Wow, that's one hell of a band name. Anyways, which one's Scream 4? I think I know which one Scream 4 is, but I always forget because there's so many now. Scream 4 is that one. I need to watch Scream 4 again because I remember not liking that one as much, but it was still fun. It has some of my favorite actors in it, though. It has one of my favorite actors. I shouldn't say many. I love Hayden so much. I should watch Heroes again. I love this girlie so much. Oh, yeah, she was in... yeah, Nashville. Oh, bring it on. Oh, and she was in the new Scream too. I forgot she got brought back for that. Smile 2022? Yes, I did. I do like the Smile movies. The Smile 2 was really fun. It played a lot more of like hallucinations, but I still really love, because I love the practical effects, and they did it for the first movie and for this one too, for when the monster came out. I just love seeing how that turned out. First sucks, I could not do it. I just love Hayden. I thought it was a cool concept that like she ended up being the one doing it and like framing it, not Hayden, the other girl. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. We do love horror here. Like, we play a lot of farming and whatnot, but we play a lot of horror games. I love horror movies. We tend to watch them whenever we can do movie nights, which should be coming up in the season. I say that because I work a whole bunch and then I don't work. So yes. Hayden and Anna. Let me look at that. Oh, I can see that a little bit. And I feel like they were both the big stars of that time. Man, I love her. She was my rogue growing up. Is she the best rogue? I don't know. But I was attached to her. True Blood and Rogue, yeah. I never watched True Blood. Love horror games? Hell yeah. My favorite series is Resident Evil, which is why I have a collection of Resident Evil stuff up there. Even though Heisenberg and Ethan, that is definitely Heisenberg about to smooch Ethan, but I love that print. It's falling down though. Let's see. Had to watch True Blood? I know. I never fucking watched it. I think because I mean, I watched Vampire Diaries at the time when that was out, but I don't know. I never watched True Blood. I think because it was like, yeah, that's not for younger people. It doesn't even seem that bad. I remember watching all this stuff, and I love it so much about when they had to be over dramatic about the biting because of the teeth. I do remember hearing all the stuff about that. Way better than Vampire Diaries? Yeah, I was emotionally attached to Vampire Diaries. I was emotionally attached to Damon. And one of the originals. Loved them. They're so a lot of, yeah, we're the fucking same age. We were the same era. We're the same era. Look, I got Every Time We Touch playing. Outlast 2, fuck yeah. Yes, I love Resident Evil so much. It is my comfort game. I love it so much. Yes, Stripville. I need to crunch my legs. I love this song so much. Oh my gosh. First few seasons at least? That seems to be like the running theme with a lot of like long shows. Because I can say the same with Vampire Diaries. First few seasons, good, and then it just kept going. You have legs? No, sorry, it's a lie. I was lying to you. I wasn't crunching my legs. Such a pop it is. Fucking love this song. And Bad Boy. I love those two. How did I know? My friends called me Glep last night because of how I read. No, I haven't, but I was like, I had to look it up because I needed to make sure. I have not. I do know this though, because I remember as a kid looking at the manga for this and seeing stuff for it. Because I'm like, I know that bitch in that white dress. I know that. That is in my memory. It's great until the governor. I hate the governor so much. That whole season, some of the things that they did in that fucking season of Walking Dead, have I watched the season before it? No. Did I watch the first season? No. Have I seen the governor season? Yes. Why? My friends were binging it and then I joined and they were already at that. I was like, yeah, I'll fucking watch it here. I know a lot of the other stuff, but like, oh my god, they're so stupid. It's a visual novel? It's peak right there. Honestly, I can agree with that because that was a really big popular one back then. So I believe that. I haven't played a visual novel in so long. As soon as he starts showing up, I lose interest in the show every time. Real as hell. I can't believe that one girl died. I can't believe... No, every time somebody dies in that show, I can't... It's either somebody who I'm just like, why didn't I die sooner? Or... why the fuck did they die? I will still fight to this day about Beth. How the fuck did that happen? Like, how? I'm so baffled about that. The Walking Dead is a show that I have basically never seen, but I have the strongest emotions about because I was so attached to her for that one episode while I was trying to write my essay, and it traumatized me. I hate it. Anyways, Outlast 2 is really fun. I don't like that as much as the first Outlast. I love Outlast Trials, but it was still really fun. It still stresses me out because you can't really like fight, so it stresses me out. Heard about Norman Reedus talking about no, I haven't. I love that man. I need to play. We should play Death Stranding sometime. I shouldn't be adding games to the list. I always will be. Because poor Kev is going to be sitting crying in a corner like Kingdom Hearts. I do really want to play Kingdom Hearts. I don't want that right now. I don't want this. Oh no. Oh no. I'm just skipping through all the songs. Let's go to my 2024. Oh. A good choice. I have not played Dispatch. I've seen a lot of clips of it, so I know some stuff that happens, but I also don't know everything. But I do love... I wonder if that's on Spotify. Yes, it is! Oh my god. It's my favorite song from Dispatch. It's not from Dispatch, but like, this is a favorite song from that. The whole bar fight scene. I fucking love this song. Persona games I've never played. I really have wanted to, but I've never played it. Also, I'm gonna do some rolls, so I don't forget about it. I believe the first roll is Doc. Oh, 14-7 and a nat 20. You're doing good. The 4 is fighting with Twitch Mobile to make it work. Next up is Kai. Kai has another one though too, so we do 2. 19, 10, and 4. Overall, you're mentally doing well, Kai. I'll do another roll for you once I get to it. I think you're the next roll. Actually, yeah, you are. Okay, let's do a physical roll for you. 7, 3, 10. That adds it up. Yeah. I feel like your back is doing better than your actual sickness. Let's see. Fire. 18, 15, and 4. You're doing good. You are doing good. I think you're succeeding for today. A little tired, but that's about it. Wasn't originally in the comics since he's in the show and could technically die at any point in time. He jokingly said, I want to stay in the show. Hello. Offered to blow the director. Just allow me to stay. I love that man so much. Ooh, let me get that song. Temporarily blinded me? The fuck you mean, temporary bitch? You blind forever. That's my favorite fucking line. Add cute. There we go. Okay, that is queued up. Got ghosted by Joker. What the fuck do you mean, Shaylin? What do you mean? What do you mean this voice actor? Press. I take my med. What do you mean? What type of lore drop is this? This is like me about some of the people who I've on as friends on Facebook. It's so funny. Chatted for like a week and then he goes to me. Okay, fair. That's fucking crazy. What the fuck? I'm like, what the fuck do you mean you got ghosted by his voice actor? I see. Well, he's missing out because you're wonderful. The friend scared me. I got jump scared by a different language. I'm like, what? Who's in my ear? It's a song. Kai, I love you very much. I hope Twitch is treating you well. If not, I'll personally be messaging you on the side. I'll send you more owlbear content. Chick-fil-A us. That's crazy. Oh, I do love this song. I haven't heard this in a long time. Kai, you want to crunch hard ice, don't you? The Gollum and Dispatch is voiced by Young Gravy. Yes, I did. Young Gravy, got Moist Critical in there, got Jacksepticeye. Because he... Toro, and yeah, in JJK, he's Toto. I don't know why that autocard is junk, but luckily I just looked at it and I know who Toto is. Damn, it's junk. You're so fucking funny, Shayla. I love you, Shaylin. Heard my name? You want to crunch the hard ice. You don't want the soft ice. I was just looking at the Discord, and Doc put the picture of Chick-fil-A ass. You want that hard ice. You want to destroy your teeth. Respectfully, I respect it. I can't. Oh, do you have... Oh, I get the chills when I think about crunching ice. Also, for doing this, Claire. Up. Claire up. Where's the one song? Damn, they have a big fucking soundtrack. Damn. Where the frick is my, where the freak? There's my like songs. Ice is a good source of hydration. Yeah, but hard ice crunch teeth. Hurt teeth. Hurts when I think about crunching ice. Yeah, I get the whole body chills when I think about that. I don't want to think about that. Claire. Okay, well. Did it get removed? It shouldn't be. I can, like, picture this video. I can picture, like, her movements of when she had sang this. 30. If I type in 33, okay. That's clear obscure. I don't know how to. I don't know. Hey, I don't know how to fucking type. Where is this? Is there's so many versions of this song. No matter. There's so many. We'll just deal with this one. French song mode of stream by suggesting that song. I do have other French songs I could play. We can't go that route. I think I might anger some people. Not actually anger, but you know, like the hee hee ha ha jokes. I had back in high school, I had a French playlist. So I have like some of my old songs I used to listen on there. I can show you my favorite French artist. Where even is playlist? Ma chérie. Je suis... You're talking about the... Yep. Yeah, sorry, this is a fake song. Which, I mean, it's for a game. It's not real. The Claire Obscura is not real. The One Piece isn't real. The One Piece is real. Who did he voice? I just ran into his voice somewhere. Wait, I just ran into this man's voice somewhere. Me and my best friend, Lotar voice actor. What was he in? He was just in something. Oh no, he's Gambit. Oh my god, yeah, he's Gambit. That's who he voices. Ew. Spoken in France, also spoken in my country. Yeah. It's the hee hee ha ha jokes. It's like when we call, you know, we don't say it for everybody here, but we say it for Kai. Kai's not real. British people aren't real. I love Canada. Dude, my brother, when he went to Canada, he got these maple syrup cookies, and it was maple leaf like biscuit cookies, and then it had like the kind of like Oreo, how it's like the little thing in there. I'm not real. I'm sorry, I hate to break it to you, cause I know I'm about to shatter your reality, but unfortunately you aren't real, but you're real to me. Are French people in denial? You know that's real. That's like me calling when British people get mad at us, when England gets mad at us. I'm like, I'm sorry, but you're our parent. You made us. We're just the we're just the teenager being very angsty, but also we suck. Fading away, no, no, you're still real in my eyes. You can't fade away. It's all the hee hee ha ha's. The hee hee ha ha's. Cause none of I studied. No stress. Oh, I miss those little birdie emotes. Oh my god, I haven't seen those in so long. I hope you're well. I really hope you're well. It's so good to see you. I cared about last time I cared about your opinion was in 1774. That is a crazy ass statement. I love that. Just negative for going. Hell yeah. I don't go back to work. I mean, that's fair. That's fine. At least you tested negative and now you can heal and you're not there. Okay, this is acquired taste. Here, I think Shaylin would like this song as well. Sorry, that was Hunt Showdown music. God, I love that comment. Kai, you better watch your ass. Next time I'm gonna pull. I always care about your opinion though. But next time, I'm gonna be like the last time I cared about your opinion was 1774. I wasn't even born. You weren't even born. None of us were even, I thought. I'm still a little painful to use. I miss my little GG. It's okay. It's a good way to honor and remember, you know, it be that way. I get that. That's gonna be me's no strats because I have all mine based off my little kitties. So I gets it. I got a sketch. Ooh, send it to me immediately. I love soup. Oh, maybe you already said you already said it. I haven't changed them. Good, don't change them. Honestly, because they're really cute. So I was around back then. You were around back then? Damn, how old you are? You old as hell. Who coned Soup? Soup is she, right? Is Soup girl or boy? Oh, but damn, that's one crazy ass name for a song. She a little lady? Damn, okay, so she didn't get her balls stolen, but she got her uterus removed. I'm like, what can I joke about the cone? Why her little feetsies? She's so fucking cute. I love Soup. What was I doing? I was trying to type. Also, unfortunately, we are going French mode. Besides the random Hunt Showdown. I can't spell. Okay. Yes, this one. Man, these are old French songs. Like, they're not old, except for that entire album I put on here. Oh, this is a newer one that I had really liked. And that's an older song, but it's great. Man, I fucking love Soup. Soup. Anytime I say soup, like, normally, I just think of soup. And I'm like, hee hee. Soup. I love you. I miss you. Kisses. Hugs. Tears. Let me put my messages there. Wake up pissed off that we allowed the fridge to keep existing. That's fucking crazy. I did. Honestly, when I went to Paris, I had a lot of fun. Because the first time I ever went to Paris, I didn't have as much fun there. I had more fun in the country. Didn't know the countryside was crunchy. Damn, who's crunching them? But the countryside was much better when I had last gone. But I enjoyed Paris this time. It was quite fun. I think because I had more freedom. I wasn't there for one day, shoved in a bus and on a strict schedule to see everything. And also, I wasn't the dumbass who made the mistake of like, holy shit, that line's really long for the elevator to go down and we gotta get down there. I guess we're taking the stairs. Never taking the stairs again on the Eiffel Tower. Don't make a mistake like me.
I would like TG Record to show these are all jokes. I don't actually hate the French that much, plus the French accent has grown on me because of Killing Floor 2.
Oh, that's actually quite interesting. I haven't seen anything for Killing Floor 2, so I'm intrigued by the fact that it's grown on you because of that. That's crazy. But yes, these are all hee-hee-ha-has. And we would politely stop at any point. Because we've had stuff where it's like, okay, we don't like talking about like that stuff. Or it hurts somebody's emotions. It's like, okay, my bad, she retracting the statement. We carry on. We actually love you. I love all the claps at the end of the song. Sorry, I was about to talk, but when I skipped the song and it just sang that. Like, part 2 is between a voiceover. Ooh, I didn't know that. I don't even remember the voice from the first game because like I remember the vibes and everything from it because I played it so much. I don't remember it at all, really. I should play Killing Floor 2. Do I own it? I don't know what I own at this point. Do I own it? I do own it. Did somebody get me this? Did I buy it? This is when it gets scary that I don't remember if I bought games or if I was gifted games or if they were free. Oh, I'm in all caps. Let's see. Always open to have friends jump on the game with me. If I ever see you playing it and like I Killing Floor. Always Killing Floor. Hold on. Now I'm exploring Killing Floor. I don't know what to play. What are you thinking? Okay, let's do this. Oh, there is a Killing Floor 3. That's the newest one that came out. That one seems interesting. Okay, it is there. Okay. Killing Floor 2? I also don't remember buying it, probably on a Humble Bumble thing. You know, that's real. Like, I don't remember buying this, and I don't have any confirmation or anything from it. Maybe I'll look at my emails one more time. Kai, how are you feeling? Like, how's your body feeling? I almost said, what's your temperature at? Yeah, because if you're feeling a little bit better, like, okay, you can play a little bit more, like, concentrated game. Pretty icky. Dino Cop would be a good choice. Pokemon's always a good choice. Play a calmer game. Back into bed, to be honest. As you should. I mean, it's good to get up every once in a while. It keeps your bodies going. But, like, make sure you get back in bed when you need to. Don't push yourself. It's a recent Russian... Oh, my God. I haven't watched Russian Badger in so long. I miss Killing Floor. It was really fun. We have enough copies. We have 3. Because it's you, me, and then Jocelyn who own it. It's an odd bunch who own it. That is a really odd bunch who own it. I don't know. I don't even remember buying it. Killing Floor 2. MS Team. Yeah, because the last messages I have, unless I deleted it. No, because even that is... The last messages I have about it is that it was telling me it was on sale. It was on Sale. Unless it was free at one point. That's what I'm thinking. About right? You're so right. Man, we should all play Left 4 Dead sometime. Have fun lurking, Quiet. We will miss you. Been up since 3 p.m. and it's now 7. Damn. Well, don't push yourself still, Kai, okay? You have us on in the little background. I don't even know what I'm playing today. I know we decided yesterday, but now I'm like, well, do we want to play that or do we want to play something else? But that will be a choice in, I guess now, actually. It's been an hour. But, like, play something chill. Like, if you can, lay in bed, have Twitch up on your phone or something, and so you still can watch if you want to, and then play on your Switch or something. I would say Minecraft, but sometimes, I guess you play Minecraft very calm, which is good. But, like, don't play anything too much. Pokemon might be too much, but I also think Pokemon's very calm for you. My only good free time is when you're about to go to bed. I know, dude, and it's gonna suck for this next week. Coco, you won't be hearing from me at all. Because I'll be working 3 to 11:30. So that means I get home at midnight and I'll go right to bed. And then that means I leave at like 1 p.m. to go to work. Gonna fucking suck. It was decided it was Mass Effect. Crazy. I don't remember picking that. I don't have it downloaded. To Minecraft, it would be with friends. Fair. I have older games I can play, so I don't progress in the story in Za. I just love the name that is Za. Za. I love this song. You could do that. I'm trying to think of other things. I mean, Dino Cop is a good one. That is on computer. I don't know. Ooh. Oh, no, you know what's up, bros? I don't know if I ever talked about this on stream before, but there was one time that I should add to my French playlist again, because it was just a collection of French songs I do really like. I was at work and I saw Shaylin, and so Shaylin looked at me, we said hello, we held hands and stared at each other, the usual, and then she got a phone call, and you know what she fucking did? You know what Shaylin fucking did? She just whipped around and started speaking French. And that really threw me a jar. I'm like, didn't know you were built like that. Damn. I'm still amazed by that because it just really caught me off guard. I was like, damn, okay. Didn't know you had wrist like that. Okay. It shocked me so much because like it just came out of nowhere. I mean, new one on the Switch, to be honest. Oh, hell yeah. Which options you getting? What options you thinking? All right, send me a link to the combat patrols you want, so I guess I know what I'm getting for quiz. I want to get you guys gifts. The last word in my brain, I know it's not, but I'm like, Aussies. I'm like, no. What is that word? I know the rest of the words. It's been so long since I've looked at my French. Shaylin does. I speak little. I used to be better at reading French than speaking it. Always have been. But I think my reading French has gone down because I haven't interacted with a lot of French words in a long time. And I picked up learning Japanese. Haven't done that in a while because I got mad at Duolingo. Me and my high school friend who assumed I was just white till I saw him answer the phone and pull out a fluent Spanish. I wish I could do that. I didn't grow up speaking Spanish, and I still hate it because then I get called no saba. I'm like, I'm sorry, my mom wasn't taught to either, so she wasn't fluent until she made herself fluent. But like, everybody thinks I'm white, and I'm like, I respect it, and that's okay. But like, damn, which when they pull it out like that, I'm like, whoa, man. It's so cute. It was just so, it was the fact we were in the middle of work and she pulls out to just take a phone call. And it was the fastest switch ever. And I just stared at Shaylin like, what? And then I sat there like pretending I was understanding, which some of it could, because then I was just like, okay, lock in. Let me see if I can remember this stuff. Hi, Kev. How are you? Zelda puzzle game, but it's a little out of my price range, even though it's on sale. So I can't. No, you know what? I respect it, guy. I'm not gonna ask more questions about that. CB, very be like that with the overcast and everything. Did you work last night? Add this song to your friend playlist. I will. Oh, that was Discord. Honestly, I'll add it to my normal playlist. A lot of my French songs end up on my normal playlist, anyways. If I play my French playlist is literally called Le French Music because I was dumb. This was when I was literally in high school when I made this. 8 years of French in school? That's crazy. That's good, though. I had only... I think I did 3 years of French. We only had to do 2 years for sure in high school, but I failed Spanish 1 year, and I did not like that class. So then I moved to French, but I think I took French all 3 years after that in high school. Can't get me on the switch. You're so right. You're so right. You're safe, Kai. Because I'm intrigued. But I get that. Even when it goes on, because some of the sales only go like 15 or $20, and it's like, okay, that's like $2 off. Obviously, English. Fuck yeah. I've English my whole life. Still bad at it. It's an E, so I feel like my French is very broken. Accent is good. Most people don't notice. Yeah. No, I seem pretty good to me. Doc. Oh, so what game is it? I know one of these was one of these was a movie. Was from a movie. I have Je suis en home. Je suis. I still like pronouncing The Miserables so wrong. Angela is my favorite artist, but I have like 2 of her full albums on the French playlist. I'm like, oh. I don't remember what this song is. Enemy what? I know this song is not Le Granada, but I say it like that, and it is that. It is that, but I'm like, Granada! I'm like, nope. Nope. I found this song from a Hitalia AMV. 30s instead of 50? Okay, that's not too bad. I'm sorry, Kai, the way it's the nope, ... that is fair. That is a loop around the system. It's the fact of the spinning emote. The panic sweating even though you're sweating from being sick too. I need to pop my back. But die soon. That burp kind of hurt. Oh my god, you guys. Speaking about foods that he I guess I'm not speaking. Speaking of foods that hate me, I had a BLT sandwich when I was at Disneyland. The only thing that really hates me in that would be the bacon. And it wasn't really that bad. It was kind of like the sad little bacon where the small little strips. But I'm telling you, when I ate that BLT, every single bite, bacon, lettuce, tomato. I don't know why I struggled so much. It was a bacon, lettuce, tomato, chicken, and I think it was like pesto for the sauce. I think that it was. But yeah, that's what BLT. That gave me such bad heartburn. I literally took bites, chewed, and then when I swallowed, I was just like, I'm in physical pain. So that was the hardest thing for me to eat. And I was like, this is fucking healthy. Why the fuck is it like, compared to me eating like chicken tendies, it was a better option. Don't worry about yourself. What do we feel like? We need to decide on what to play today too. Sorry, I just really need to talk about that BLT sandwich because I just remember being in so much pain and I cannot believe that. Kingdom Hearts. Which one do I need to start on, Kev? Because that means I download the first one because I don't have it downloaded, but I do need to figure that out. We play Mass Effect. I don't want to cry again. I'm gonna cry seeing Garrus. If I keep on listening to French music and if we play Mass Effect while my French music is playing, I will cry. French music ignites emotions in me. Why? I don't know. Oh, I didn't add... Voila. Did I add it to my like songs? That's League music. That's old music. Which music? Maybe we should play Claire Obscure. I need a... Okay. So, Fire agrees with me? Yeah. I don't have it downloaded, and I don't want to cry seeing Garrus because I'm going to be so happy. It's like reuniting with my husband after the war. Claire Obscure, I really want, but if it wins Game of the Year, then I want to buy the Game of the Year edition, you know? Might as well wait. Also, I have these, like, stuck in my hand now. Like, they're locked in. This is my pose now, forever. But it's a good cry. It is a good cry, but I don't want to cry. If you don't want to do one, then Chain of Memories. Okay. I will take note because I remember asking you before, but I did forget. Because there's so many Kingdom Hearts games. That's all Halo. Oh my god. Okay. Go away, Halo. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Chain of Memories is in the 1.5, 2.5 remix, right? Because that's going to be the next guessing game. Which one is this one? Oh, I had this one added, but I did not remember what the song was. I do really want to play Clair Obscure, but I think I might cry playing that as well. You want to try to play Indiana Jones? We're not playing Indiana Jones. That fucking game hates my computer. I need to finish that game. Maybe I play some later after I edit. Oh, maybe I play some Bedbach. Not right now. I think I might be able to play Dead Gok later. But I don't want to cry sing my husband. Yesterday I did say we could play Dead Take, but I don't know if I feel like that. Cry during Clair Obscure, so you will definitely. Oh, I will. Oh my god. Fire, you're in the Discord, right? Because there's this one edit that I've been watching on repeat that was it is. Do I have that muted now? Yes, I do. It is the line from Arcane, but it is a combination. Yes, I mean, okay, I'm gonna post it in YouTube videos. It is a edit somebody did with the line. Love this person who edits videos. Really pretty. I've been watching them for a while. But it is both the English, the Lion version, where he like actually screams, but it also has a mix in of somebody's cover of the line in French, and it's really pretty. And it's watching that now has persuaded me a lot more to play the game. So now I really want to play, and I'm like, oh no, that song's just YouTube video Rex. It's such pretty. Never watched Arcane? Arcane's really good. Really good. Soundtrack, amazing. They really lined up the songs in Arcane really well. Okay, the songs didn't make me so sad. Oh, we went to Japanese music. Host press. Host press. But the music, yes. They line it up so well with what's happening in the show. They basically make mini music videos, not gonna lie. Take my meds. Let me cue up another French song, because I don't know, that just felt like the vibe. Where is... Oh, Leloy. Leloyd? L-L-Y-O-D. Okay. This is... There we go. That's my other favorite. So I do recommend Arcane. Second season didn't catch my jingle as much. At least at the current point that I was at. So I haven't finished it. My friend is very disappointed in me. Oh my god, why do I have this downloaded? I ain't gonna play it. I got a free copy of it. That's the only reason I have it. Okay, so what do we feel like today? I'm gonna give you guys some food on your table, and we will pick which we can do. That was the worst English I've spoken in not in a while of today. Oh my god. I want to play Resident Evil. I know you want to play. I mean, I could play it and you can watch, but I don't want to do that for you. You got to be here for it. Restart you. That's so sad. It's always sad when you're sick and you actually do want to play it. Because like sometimes our schedules haven't aligned where it's like, okay, that's fine. But like that fucking sucks because you're sick. It's like, I want to, but I'm sick. And that is okay. It's okay. Next week is Thanksgiving and I work. I don't even think next week I'll be able to play Resident Evil. It won't be until the first week of December. You know what I'm gonna fucking do, Kai? I'm gonna look up speedruns for Resident Evil 6 so we can get fucking through that game. I'm gonna fucking learn how to beeline it. I'd even buy 6 so I could play it. You're just like, please, I want it. I can't believe, like, I literally hook line sunk you in, and now you're in deep in the Resident Evil lore, and you actually are enjoying it. You're eating good. We're only skipping 2, well, technically 3, because we skipped Code Veronica because I would have to port that from somewhere because they decided to not put that one online anywhere, and that one's quite rude. But we're skipping Revelations 1 and 2. I forget who the big bad boss was in 1. I think the moral of the story of Revelations 1. Didn't think I would like Resident Evil, to be honest, but then we played 1 and I was and I was gone. It's really fun. And like it gets really stupid, and even stuff God, I can't talk about it. And I know I have talked about it before on stream. But now I'm gonna erase that, and we're not gonna talk about it until we get to that. But there is stuff that happens that people joked about in with Ethan's story that is like, how the fuck is this happening? What the fuck? And then it actually got explained, and it's like, oh. So they do the silly ha-has, but they keep that shit real too. I can't wait. We'll play Rose's DLC for sure, because that one's really fun. I don't think we'll play Chris's DLC because that's just him cleaning up and gathering info. But yeah, it's really good, and it's silly, and it's stupid, and then we get to see sad, deflated Chris Redfield, and then immediately to extremely beefy Chris Redfield. So we take that. We take what we can get because they thought we didn't want it. Unfortunately, we did want it, and they have not let down since, because they made Leon beefy by 4, because that's respectful. They made Carlos. I'm so glad you love Carlos. Oh my god. I need to lock in. Oh my god. Oh, that's my dog. Hi. What you guys doing over there? My dogs are so cute. They're so stupid. I love them. Dude, I want Carlos so bad. Chris Redfield. Yeah, they really thought that we didn't want Chris Redfield built like a fridge. But even the men want Chris Redfield built like a fridge. Carlos is so cute. Carlos is so fucking cute. I had an association with one of the cats at where I used to volunteer with Carlos, because he was such a like teddy bear sweetie, and he was an old guy too. It was so cute. I love Carlos. I need Carlos merch. I really do. Okay, we're locking in. We're not locking in because I gladly continue talking about Resident Evil. What do I have? Oh, Phasma has an update. Phasma has a new map. I have no interest in that right now. I've never played Hades on stream. I'm like midway through a run. We can farm today. That would be an option. I'm so salty that Carlos... Dude, me too. It's the same that I feel about like Claire, because she only got one main game like appearance, and then it's like, you're just gonna do that to her? Sorry, that was so funny saying that. It caught you for the ginger fucker. Playing Resident Evil 7. Who the fuck is this ginger fucker? Redfield? The fuck is... It's a fucking Chris Redfield who's stealing the identity in this universe. Dude, I don't know why they... What got... Yeah, ginger fucker. That's what I got. They said... No, we don't like that. It wasn't gay boy this time. I don't know who designed his model like that. It wasn't bad, but like if it was like Resident Evil 1 Chris Redfield, I think that would be an okay model for him, because then he slowly bulks up, you know? Also, I am playing with the dice, so I'm sorry if you hear the Game boy. Game boy, you can't stop me. Yeah! I love... Oh my god. I have a lot of the art on my phone, Kai. I should send it. Because I have a whole bunch of Resident Evil art that I have saved, because it used to be my wallpaper. Right now, my phone is all, it may be all One Piece. Oh, I don't have it added here. I'm gonna have to find it. Oh, it should be in pretty pictures. Is it in this one? No, but I do have my funny meme there. Is it in this at all? No, that's all in my Alan Wake pictures. Don't question the Alan Wake pictures. I have these really cute pictures of, it's a person who ships Carlos and Jill, but they're the most cutest thing ever. And I love them. I'm gonna have to find them and send it. Oh, is this NF? Yes, it is. Ship Carlos to me? Abso-fucking-lutely. I want to marry Carlos, bro. So yes, you can. I love, because I ship, especially younger me, Jill and Chris, but like Jill and Carlos is actually really cute too. I just love Carlos. Carlos, honestly, with anybody, I love Carlos. He's just a big teddy bear, bro. Okay, where the fuck are these pictures? It's not on snow. I do have this picture. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to send this to you when we actually get to play Resident Evil 6, Kai, because it's this is Pierce. You don't know him yet, but it's can we play Resident Evil 6 together? And it's Chris and Pierce. It's so funny. I have a lot of like girls kissing or guys kissing, and it's like, can we play Rainbow Six Siege? Hop on Hun, and it's sexy cowboys. It's very funny. Oh, here we go. I have like this one. And it's Jill and Carlos. Their art style is really pretty. Buy 6 real quick. Let me buy it. I also have this really cute picture of Claire and Leon. I love this one. What did I just return to? We're oogling over, why is why is he ginger? I don't know. That's a really good question. I had this Leon and Ada. I don't like this one as much, but it's really cute. We're oogling over Carlos, but now it's just in... Oh, here we go. There they are. I couldn't see them earlier. This is like them shopping, and the plushies on the wall is Nemesis. It's so cute. Their art style is just really nice. This was my favorite one. This will probably go back on my phone eventually. I just love... He's tired. But like... Look how cute they are! I love them. It wasn't a ship I thought I really liked, but I really like it. I just love Carlos. And Jill really needs something to make her happy. Okay, locking back in for choices of games. We can farm, we can Dying Light, we can play Dead Take. I don't know how I feel about that today. We could play Baldur's Gate. I don't know if we're really up for that. I have Elder Scrolls downloaded. We can yap. I don't think we can yap for 4 hours because then I won't get tired, but like, I don't know, you want to co-work? You want to watch me edit? I don't think that'll be very entertaining. We just yap through it all. I have Tormented Souls downloaded, but I don't know if I feel like that. Restaurants. Oh my god, what do I own? It's almost like one of those chill days where I'm just like, I am just existing. I could play Marvel Rivals for you guys. I could play Arc Raiders. I don't think Arc Raiders would go well. I think I would absolutely die and lose a lot of my stuff. Backrooms. We can buy Battlefield 6. I don't know if... No. I forgot I have this on my like songs. I skipped it earlier too because it appeared. Oh wait, we're going back to this playlist. Fucking love this song. Yeah, what are we thinking? I know we're all here. Like, you guys will say, we're here for you. But, like, is there anything, like, we want? How are you, Haunted? I'm doing good. I'm very chill today. It's still very overcast because we've had rain. And we don't normally get rain here, so it's very, like, chill, calm. So it's quite nice. Sorry, I just saw Biohazard 6 benchmark tool. That's Resident Evil 6. I don't know why that's up there. I can boot a Bongo Cat. We could just watch Bongo Cat slap my computer. What do I want? What do I want? For you and everyone here to have a good time. Exactly. Like, I will get yelled at that everybody's here to just, like, for me. For yapping with me and whatnot. Which is fair. But, like, yeah. See, Coco, yeah. What do we want that'll fit everybody's vibes today? Where we can all just chill. Is that a little birdie on my tower? I did. I wrote. So there goes. No, honestly, how did it really be like that? Sometimes like creations that you make in Minecraft, it's like I put all this time and effort and I loved it, but now I'm looking at it and I don't like it. Down the drain. It be that way. That's okay. Now you can just make new things. Down the drown. Honestly, I like down the drown. Quite funny. But it be that way. That's okay. Who's playing Clover Pit right now? Oh, I missed them. I haven't talked to them in so long. I have Cult of the Lamb, but I don't really feel like that. What had... Oh, that had integration. I have Date Everything, but I don't want to cry. We have Dead by Daylight. I haven't touched that in ages. Deep Cock Galactic. Devour. I don't need that one. Dying Like the Beast is always a good solid. Man, I can't believe we played Faith. What about Peak? Oh my god, I haven't played. Hold on. I haven't played it since July, so I've missed like the past like 3 or 4 updates. I've been like paying attention to the updates. I'm like, oh, that's so fucking cool, but I haven't gone. I haven't climbed by myself. I have never climbed by myself in Peak. Kinda scares me, I won't lie. It's quite scary. I have Indiana Jones, but we ain't touching that. We ain't touching that game. That game hates running. Peak is a good option. I like just scrolling through all my games. Because I don't know what I have. Man, she just downloaded Left 4 Dead. Oh, I have Liza P. I forgot I had that. I really need to play that. Why is that in Korean? What was the first notice on the activity feed was in Korean? It scared me. I forgot because PC got that for me. I'm pretty sure for my birthday. Oh my god, we need to play some of the Final Fantasy games. What do I have? Oh my god, because I haven't even played Final Fantasy 15? Yeah, 15. I have 2 hours in that game. We have that Final Fantasy, and we have the remake. That's such a chunky game. That one. Little Kitty Big City. I feel like it's a calm day. Metal Gear. Oh, we have all the Metro games. Absolute territory. I can't believe I have fucking 39 hours in that game and I have only 15. 7 remake, yeah. Because that game's so pretty. I don't even think I originally have ever played. I don't think I ever played the original. I'd seen like videos of it and watched it, and I know the story and that fucking movie. But I've never played it myself. Because I think my brother had that copy. 10 and 10-2, that's my baby right there. I didn't actually get the copy of 10, so I only have 10-2. But that's because it's my girlies. I loved 10-2 so much because it was the fucking girlies. Little Kitty Big City. Broke a vital piece of equipment at the job. Now I'm trying to fix it. Oh no. I'm trying to figure out what to play because I really don't feel like that take. I felt like it yesterday where I'm like, yeah, but it feels very calm vibes today. Be there yet? Saints Row. 10-2 is the most underrated game in the series. Yes. 10-2 was so fun. And it's the girlies. God, their fucking outfits in that one too popped off. That, like, those 3 girlies were my childhood. They were my girl boss, gatekeep, gaslight girlies. Sonic! Damn, we do have all the Sonic games. Tekken 7. Actually, I can't say who. Okay, yeah, I was like, I'm pretty sure I know who owns that one. Yeah. Story was good too. Yes. I don't remember the story as much, I'll be honest. I just remember the vibes it gave off. I don't think I ever beat those games because young me didn't really understand how those games worked, which is completely fair. I didn't understand a lot as a kid. Okay. So, also, hi, Steve. I hope you're well. We're trying to figure out what game to play. SpongeBob and Patrick. SpongeBob and Patrick are in Crossworlds now? What the freak? That's so fucking cool. I feel like Crossworlds is doing great. Referring to Final Fantasy X-2? Yeah, or as younger me, I would say X2 and Final Fantasy X, because those were like the big first ones I was really introduced to like actually physically play. So I didn't know there was more. Like I knew there was more, but at the time I didn't know. So I didn't realize it was a number. Steve, that's me driving. Not really. That's how everybody thinks I drive, at least in games. I want Crossworlds so badly. Crossworlds looks like so much fun. The one where the sports ball minigame? I'm pretty sure it is that whole series. I don't remember if that's the opening for normal or for 2. I don't remember. I remember the oh my god, the like whole scene of that mini the sports ball game, so crazy. GTA Vice City. That would be crazy to play. Played a racing game. My mom got me Mario. Mario Kart. Got the news that they're searching. Oh, that's so cute. Mario Kart's really fun. I'll have to I need to add you on the Switch, Kai. Do I own Mario Kart? No, I own Super Smash. I was like, I own one of those. No, you would not. You would be saving your money right now. We could play a little to the left. Old school retro game. Oh, hard game. Oh my god. Battletoads. Crazy. Go in a minute. Yeah, send me whenever. I'm just like, I need to actually remember to put you on there. I don't really like this chick anymore, but I love this album is really good. Okay, you guys, we gotta pick a game. Oh, I love this song so fucking much. Little Kitty Big City? I beat Little Kitty Big City. Sims would go hard right now. I don't have that downloaded. Oh my god, Sims would go so hard right now. How long does that take to download? I don't have... Frick. So I had Sims on EA. I had paid for it. Long time ago, so... Yeah. But I had one of the DLCs, so now I don't have the DLC. And it was one of my favorite DLCs because it was the vampire one. So you got a lot of cool, like, magic. Because it was No, it was the magic one. It wasn't the vampire and magic. And those DLCs are fucking expensive. Where is it? I'm trying to scroll for it. Because I would build a house. We could build a house in The Sims. That'd be crazy. At a big they did? Ooh. Nothing you can take was ever worth keeping. Oh, nothing you can take was ever worth keeping. There it is. You're so fine, thinking you can have mine. I guess it's 13. Thinking you'll change me, maybe rearrange me. Think of that don't go. 13 isn't too bad, but still, I had already owned it already. Look like Sims for cats? I don't own Claire Obscure. You are... I would play that. I would play that in a heartbeat right now. I'll give you this. We have... I love this song. We have these options. Smash Bros. Very fun. Yes. I need to play it more. We have Arc Raiders downloaded. I don't think I should play that, though. I think I'm bad. We have Baldur's Gate 3 technically downloaded. I technically have Battlefield 6 downloaded. We have Dying Like the Beast. We have our 2 farming games. I get us, I give it for you, won't hurt. I have Hunt Showdown. Beast. You say Beast. We have Marvel Rivals if we wanted to play that type of game. Or Coco did say Peak. I would be climbing alone if I played Peak, which is perfectly fine. I technically have Skate. I don't think that's too interesting. Make a poll. I think we're gonna... Do you have Duck Detective? No, I do not, but that is fair game. Dino Detective would be the superior game. Like looking at my options again. Okay. I will make a poll. I see some that are pulling people's attention. Because I really don't know. I'm just here to yap. I'll be fine playing anything. I usually do the bullshit where I make the poll. I'm like, actually, I kind of want to play that. Game pick. So we have Peak. We have, I'll just put farm. We can decide later which farm. We have Beast. He's so hard-boiled. He's so hard. Oh my god, wait, I have this platformer game that Nikki gave me. It's called Egging On. I don't know if I should play it today. I think I'm going to be really bad at it. I think I'll save that. I completely forgot that. Are there any other games that piqued people's curiosities? I was thinking as I said that Little Kitty Big City is really fun. Restaurants. I don't think I can play that alone though. Restaurants. We're the rats. You are the rats. There is Twitch integration with that though, so I'm intrigued by it. Let me in. No, you need to sleep. We're not doing Resident Evil today because you don't need to sleep, but you need to rest. At the least. I would say we have Oblivion, but we do have Feeling. We do have Oblivion. It's just, that's also another big game. I don't know if we want to start that type shit, you know? We're just chilling really with yapping, so I'm in no rush. You feeling right now? I don't know what I'm feeling. Hades. Headlines is that we're not touching. I keep on saying we're not touching Indiana Jones because that's there. We ain't touching that. I mean, Marvel Rivals, I'll put that on there. Cause like, you know, fair option. I think I'll put that. I'm gonna put it for 3 minutes. So I have Peak, Farm, Beast. I'm gonna take this one off. We could do Outlast Trials, but I would be trialing alone. Oh, yeah, okay, I'll just put Trials on there, yeah. No good Thanksgiving game, sadly, that I know of. Real. Oh, but Trials. Trials. It is a 1 vote. The poll has started. Let me view the results. So put your vote in. Somebody put their vote in. 2 people have put their vote in. I got 3 people have put their vote in. We're stuck at 3. We're stuck at 3 votes. Everybody put your vote in. We're trying to vote what game it is. 2, 3, 4 people have put their vote in. 2 people have voted for Peak. So we have Peak winning the battle with 1 on Farm and 1 on Beast. Trials and Rivals are left in the dust. Where are we voting? It should be a little pop down for you, Shaylin. If not, if you can't figure it out, just tell me and I can put a vote in for you. You just tell me which one. If you can't figure it out, if it doesn't like pop up. We have 5 votes in. We have 2v2. Peak and Farm are winning. Oh, Peak now overtakes. We have 3 for Peak. That's true. We have Trials and Rivals left in the dust with 0. You found it? Hell yeah, okay. We have 3, 2, and 1. Beast is unfortunately losing with only 1, but it's not as bad as Trial and Rivals with 0. 3, 2, 1. 6. We have 6 votes in. Gonna have to run away if Peak. What don't you like about... Why would you have to run away for Peak? I'm just curious, Kai. Make sick? Make dizzy? How feel? How feel? Heights. Ah, see. Okay. I'm just like, what is about? The falling off the heights? Oh, I hate falling. I just think of the Sinatra song of Doing It My Way as I fall dramatically. But that's fair. So true. Do we have any other people who are going to vote? Maybe I tie it and vote for farm, and then we're tied, and then we're fucked. Life is. Oh, we have a 3v3. Somebody has also now voted for farm. Tried playing the game once, I had a panic attack. That's fair. I mean, it's good that you tried it in a sense of like, let me see if this is okay. But yeah, don't push yourself for that. You can hear my voice as I scream, if you so wish, if that's what happens. We need more voters. People in chat, please vote. We are trying to decide what game to play. We have Peak, Farm, and Beast currently being voted for. Trials and Rivals are on there, but they have gone nowhere. It's a 3v3, 43% for 43%. My friend once wasted his money. It's okay. That was his choice, but I get that. I get that, especially since it's like, I can't play it. Okay, well now we're fucked, everybody. Life is 12 people here and only 6 votes. It happens every time, Steve. Some people are busy. Oh my god, I accidentally scrolled up and I was like, what happened to Steve's messages? They disappeared. I was trying to crack my back. Okay, so I think I will veto some things. Though I would like to pay Peak. I do have a sick person in chat today that I would like to care for, so I think we will farm. I think we'll farm. I think we'll farm. Peak and farm both got tied, and I really am indifferent today. I don't. We could play a little to the left. Like, I don't really... I have no... Where are my farming games? I lost them. What the hell? So are we fine with farm winning for today? I'll put my final vote in. Peak looks fun, but farming would be cozy too. Yeah. And that's sort of like... I mean, truth be told, this may sound unhinged, but we all know how I am. The Beast also is really cozy for me. Zombie games are really cozy for me. But farm would be very nice because it is cloudy outside. It's very cozy. That's why I also thought about Baldur's Gate. But I think Baldur's Gate is going to need a longer stream. Because I don't know what the fuck we were doing. And I need to go back and do some big fights. And we're at the end of everything. And yeah, there was a lot happening because we're at the end of Act 1. So we're going to play Stardew. I thought about playing Fields, but I think I want to play Stardew. Do you have hot chocolate to go farming for Claudia? I can get more coffee, but I could make hot chocolate. I could. I do have hot chocolate. But yeah, we're going to play Stardew because I can work on my farm more because we are having, we were actually decorating. Not going to lie. I know we played Stardew yesterday with Community Farm. I don't really feel like Fields of Mystria too much. I feel more Stardew. So we will go with that. Stardew has won for the day. If anybody fights it, fight the poll. It was tied. Fight, no, actually fight the people who didn't vote. That's who you can fight. I loved this song. Oh my god. But we can make, I can make a cup of tea actually too. I have some nice flavored teas that would go well. It was really bright. Damn, we're almost 2 hours into the stream and we're just getting to game. I love that. Truth be told, really love that. I love having chill, easy days. I know, so the original plan today was to play Dead Take, but I don't really feel like very much in the headspace and like preparedness for jump scares. So I don't want to do that. So we're not. And that's completely fine. It feels like a very yappy day. 5 Nights at Farm. That's our farm. We're not allowed to touch that. We have bread cheese. Why do I have truffle oil? I'm glad I looked at that. I forgot. I love Five Nights at Farm. Oh, look! It's perfect. We're married to Elliot. Look at it. Looks like a fucking shrine to Elliot. Bread cheese. The two things that are also bad for me. Elliot. Oh, I have 6 nuts in my pocket. 6? 7. 6, maybe 7? I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. Saturday. Oh yeah, and I have... Am I having a child? I think I'm having a child. I think I'm Pergonante. I don't remember. Ooh, those are gold. When the fuck did I put those in? Okay, so they just slowly change. 7. 7 minutes is all I can spare. Oh my god, we were changing up this farm. So I need to go fish. For sure. Do I have anything in here? Did I have anything cooking? No, I needed to make more. We were slowly making... Oh my god, who... Like, I know why I planted all these trees, but oh my god, who allowed me to plant all these trees? Are these all good? Ra-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. We're slowly making this farm look nice. We should have made a Resident Evil farm. I don't know why I've never thought about that. I'm so glad you love Resident Evil, though. It makes me so happy because I wasn't sure if you were gonna like it. Like, I knew you wouldn't have a bad time, but I wasn't sure if you were gonna like, man, this is some good shit type of shit. Just call it Evil Farm. Evil Farm. You're right. I love it. Yeah. That makes me so happy. Because, yeah, I just wasn't sure if you were gonna, like, love it. You would have had a fun time because it's a lot of me screaming because I'm trying to run for my life. But I'm so glad you actually really love it. Cherries as well. What do I have? These are fall. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Put that there. I don't know, I have 1 coal in my pocket, but that's okay. Unsee. Everything everywhere. Hee. What are good Switch games y'all like? Because I want to play new games. I really like the Kirby game that came out. I can grab my Switch games. I only have so many. Resident Evil 0. I do really love Resident Evil. I have it on the Switch too. Good. The Kirby game was really fun though. I did like that. Zelda is good. Long game though. So I haven't beaten that because I don't have the time for like that type of game. I should make time. Ooh, Monster Hunter Rise. To buy the series, I want to buy... Oh, that all comes out with that. I need to fix that. Oh, we need to go to the beach. Hold on, let me focus on that. And if I focus on that, let me just teleport myself. Breath of the Wild. Ooh, Bayonetta. Let's do this. That's Elliot's favorite. Oh my god. Okay. Breath of the Wild. Yeah, I want to play... I really do want to play them. Like, I have Breath of the Wild, and I have been playing, but like... Not really. Halibut. But like, I really haven't played it that much. I did see that they started filming the Zelda movie. I don't know how that's going to be, but it looks really pretty so far. Like, I like their outfits. Hey. Do I need to go talk to anybody about that? No, I don't. My arm feels very itchy, and I don't know why. I like what the song is being so intense, and we're just here fishing. I'm gonna play Echoes of Wisdom. Puzzle which you play as Zelda. Oh, that's the one you're talking about. I was wondering which one, because I'm like, okay, puzzle Zelda game, okay. Sorry, the whole universe and the whole and everything is gonna make me cry. Not Soldier and Poet coming on and the sun beginning to shine. Like, most literally, no cap, the sun has come out and I'm like, love the sun. I love Apollo. I love the Ren Fair. This just reminds me of the Ren Fair. Especially this version. Say life, I just love. What do we? I should play that one. What's the one? I always want to call it Pale. Moon plays it. I don't remember how to say that. It's raining? That's nice though. I do like the rain. I was like, how the fuck did I get here? I teleported. Alia, yeah. I'm like, I really want to say Pale. But I'm like, no. Not Pail. It's not a lunch pail. It's not a bucket pail. Holy shit, I'm rich in this one. I'm so broke in our community one. Not super broke, but enough broke. I miss you. You're my husband in another save. Don't drink more coffee. I won't dig through that trash can in front of you. I will in front of him. It's buggy as shit on the Switch. I kind of want to play it on the PC. That's fair. See if it's any better there. You have so much money, but you're saving up and trying to get that, catalog. So that's understandable. Still need to play Echoes of Wisdom. That one seems really fun. I didn't know about it. We need to fix all this. I don't know what I was gonna put here. I had a plan. Maybe I make a little, like, courtyard. Maybe I put another shack so that I have more, like, I don't know. Do I want to completely encapsulate this? Oh, okay. Didn't know you had that in you. I have a lot of animals. I won't lie. Not even a third way. We'll get there eventually. If we all put our money together, we could get it. I don't know why I have cheese in there. I don't know why I saved some of them. Yay, more fluff. Okay, so they have food again. Oh, where are my cows? I don't know what cow this is, but thank you. No, wrong one. Thank you, Miku Miku Moo. Thank you, What the Freak? Thank you, Chocolate Milk. Oh, come back here. Who are you? Thank you, Moo Moo. Thank you, Mau Mau. I don't know if it's you. That's Miku. Okay. Thank you, Butter. Okay, where's this? There he is. Come here, Go-Face. Go-Face has nothing. Okay. I'm trying to think of other games. I really want more Switch games. They're just so expensive. And since I'm on my computer so much, I never tend to go to my Switch as much. I think it's to the point that I'm on my computer too much that I forget I have a Switch and other things to play on. Ooh, Luigi's Mansion. Now that one I can trust is really good. I know Nikki loves Luigi Mansion. Luigi Mansion? Luigi Mansion. Luigi's Mansion. Ooh, a leak. Boom, boom. Oh, I wanted to change the music. What's after this song? That rabbit never closes me. Just kidding, we're sticking to this. Oh, best of the love. I don't know I have driftwood, but I could do something with it. I'm sure of it. Forageables of the fish. I guess I can go there. I wanna say downtown, where I go. I love my mumble singing. Is this seeds? Yes. I have never played Luigi's Mansion. I really want to because I love Luigi. I love my man so much. Let's go inside. This is fish. So good, it's almost frightening. Can I make one? No. Let's go see if Robin's still working. On the 3DS? Yeah, that's what I remember coming out. I remember the little silly little guy. Let's never grow this. Ever. Oh. Hey, are you coming? I do want to play Luigi's. Because I love Luigi. Normally I would agree. I love the rain, but not what I... Okay, you know, actually fair. Even though I work inside, I still don't like the rain during work. Actually, I like the rain. Just kidding. No cap, no lie. Rain at work, great. Because we don't really do much then. It's foggy and it feels so good, it's almost frightening. Where are the things I want? Never wrote this. That seems kind of cool. Moderate amount of light. Okay, they're all moderate. Meet there, never roses. Meet me there if you know roses. I like that, and I like... I have a lot of money. I spend little. Only little. I spend that. Not for you, Robin, sorry. What was I looking for? I need to figure out, because I can't... Let's go see Willy, even though we were down there. Work with rain. If rain, should be at home. Everything should be canceled if rain. I'm sorry, I may work at the parks, but like if rain, nah, close it down. Give everybody out. Time to go home. I would say the same about the holidays too, but no, they want to run during the holidays. I think I just passed Willy. I think I literally just passed Willy. Yeah. I was like, I'm pretty sure I just saw a man fishing, and I'm pretty sure that was Willy. Oh my god, this is 50-50 popped off. Yep, there's Willy. Darling, then. Love me, loving me, loving me, You're in Belgium, things would close 90% of the time. See, that's kind of nice, because I expect some things stay open. That's perfectly fine. I think I extra want things to close, especially for me for work, but because we never close. We're open every single day. Which is really cool. It's working at an establishment that never closes. It's crazy like how that runs and how that's like efficient to be able to run constantly. But realistically, it fucking sucks. Because then like it sucks for the people who have to work during the holidays. Because some people don't celebrate the certain holidays, and that's perfectly fine, because then they get to work and get double pay or time and a half, depending on whatever they have. But it sucks for the people who tried to get the day off, didn't want to work, want to spend time with family, but then don't get to. So that's the part that sucks. What do I own? Do I need to go deforestation? Loving me, loving me. What can I build? I guess we're gonna work on some stone paths. Loving me, loving me. I think I'm gonna make some of these bare. Solar. Okay, wait, overall... Oh, that's the map. Craft. I don't want campfire. So that's fiber. Ooh, wood stump is cool, but I think that's going to cost a lot. So wood, solar. That's 10. That's the cheapest. I did again. My mother works in healthcare, so I get what you're saying. Yeah. See, yeah, because healthcare is always around. It just sucks because, like, certain holidays that I get holiday pay for, I don't care. I don't celebrate it. Even Thanksgiving, because our family is very, not like my current family, but extended family. Like, we don't go see them anymore or anything, so we don't really celebrate. But it still sucks for certain holidays because sometimes we do things for Thanksgiving and or for Christmas, because most likely I'll be working Christmas Eve and Christmas Day because I didn't put in my request very early. Hee hee. But, like, yeah, it's just kind of sucky when you try to get it off, but, like, there's a lot of shit happening with us where it's just so difficult to get it off. I want that. That is, like, I know I'm not going to get it off at this point. So it's just rough. It's rough working through the holidays. Ooh, cookout cake. That sounds pretty cool. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's make that. What if I put that at these? Can I put that scarecrow on top of the things? About thing. Joker won't stand down. See, that's kind of cool. Is it get dark again? Why light different? That scared me. Will this set my farm on fire? Oh, this is gonna bug me. I'm gonna need to move that. I think that's quite cool. So, like, it's a love-hate thing. I think after you just work it for so long, you get tired of it and you want a break. But when you want a break, then they say, no, you actually work. It's like, wait, no, I don't want to. Why can't I put Scarecrow on top? I'm gonna need a Scarecrow on this side, though. Can I put Scarecrow on top, Dad? No. Okay. Okay, they stay for now. You're permitted to work there still. I think I'm gonna get rid of some of the normal ones. I say politely, because those were Reynard's. I say that this isn't the group farm. I should make a separate area for the flowers, I think. Can't stand down. Ooh, that's me do over there. Me make flower farm there. Need iridium. Ooh, get free iridium each day. Me make flower farm here to get honey. I think that's a good idea. Oh, we haven't gotten to the bottom. Oh. Bam, bam, bam. 10. So I have like 80 stairs. I think I could do that. So we might do that soon. Let me see what these look like. I kind of like the idea of these ones. Let's get rid of some of these. Because that looks kind of cool like that. This is going to change still. Oh, God, won't stand down. Oni! Welcome in! Welcome in, Raiders! Hello, hello. Welcome in. Let me turn on this little light we made. Oni Raid, why yes. Hello, Raiders, welcome in. We are chilling today. We're having a cozy, calm time. I say as Muse is like screaming in the ears. For the music. Well, hello, hi, welcome. How was your stream? What were you guys doing? The Stardew is doing good. We just started. We yapped for almost about 2 hours. Originally today is Resident Evil Day, but my Resident Evil partner is sick, so we're not playing Resident Evil. So we just yapped for a while. It was fun playing a new... Ooh, no Digimon. Okay. Okay. He started on my Dewtail Valley. Fuck yeah. But yeah, so we're having a chill, calm day. I'm working on my Stardew farm because I want to make it look pretty. So it's going good. I'm trying to like make up my mind on things. Well, hello Raiders. My name's Sarah. I've seen y'all before, so I hope you're all well. But we like playing horror games and everything. We were gonna play a horror game today. Community farm today? No, community farm yesterday. Today, solo farm. Because No residents. The residents aren't evil today, so unfortunately we are now having to communicate with the residents, and they are quite nice in this valley. But also, hi B. Hello, I miss you. Let me give a little shout out for Oni. Her mind. That's a cat. The face of black. There we go. I'm giving you a fucking follow. I'm a fucking failure. Hi B, I love you. Residents decided to be good today? How rude. Honestly, that's what I'm fucking saying. How rude of them. Decoration with all the options there are? They are, and I don't have everything too. I have a lot of stuff in this run, but at the same time, I don't have a lot. I will adjust my seating arrangement. There we go. It's my fault. No, it's not your fault. Blame wherever the sickness came from. It did make you sick as fuck though, bro. But yeah, I'm lighting up my farm right now. Sounds like I'm burning it, but I'm not. I'm just adding some lighting effects. We're changing up some of the lighting effects. I think the goal right now, the epiphany that I had right before you guys came from the raid, I think I'm going to turn this into a flower farm. So I think the goal is to make one iridium sprinkler, then do a row around it of beehives, and then do flowers around it. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Oh, I didn't want both of those there. Come here. Oh, didn't mean to hit the stone too. But yeah, that's what we're doing. Flower farm. Yeah, we are bread cheese farm, which we do make a lot of cheese. I need to move those because I relocated my whole farm to over here, which eventually I'll upgrade to iridium things. This is the flower patch currently. This doesn't get anything on it. I don't know if I actually have any seeds there, so guess I'll just do that. I don't think there's anything there, but that's currently the flower patch. Then my farm being called gay ass farm. Well, you do be gay and you do have an ass. I hope you have an ass. That is a human anatomy that we all have. Give me a warning about gay ass. It does not like the word gay. Is my... does not like being gay. Anyways, also too, Oni, for you and your raiders, if anybody needs to go quickly, if you need a raid run, if you just need to go grab something and whatnot, please take care of yourself first. But if not, we are farming and chilling and yapping. Missing your ass, that is one hell of a mutation. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's okay, I guess, if you don't. I guess. Damn. It's okay, I guess, if you don't have a ass. But I feel like that's a necessity. And I hope, I guess I should put it there, but I kind of like it there. I hope your body's okay with that. Ooh, no, I think I need to do 3. No, it's 2. It's that way. Okay, that torch is gonna stay there. It's permitted for right meow. Ass is gay. It's well known. Good. Good, as it should be. I mean, I guess your ass could be not gay if you wanted that, but I don't know. It feels wrong. We're gonna put these back in here for right meow. But that. Oh, I don't think I have more room in my fridge. I think that's what was happening. I just hear the little toy that that little toy. That's all I hear from this song. They wear a medical condition called no ass at all. Damn, no ass at all. Not even a flat ass. No ass. Like Papa John. So on and on. It's a feminine phenomenon. This is my house. Welcome to my house tour. As Sabrina Carpenter say, I can show you the first floor, the second and the third floor. You want a house tour? We're gonna go to sleep though. No house tour right now. Sleep time. I am actually going to run to the restroom really quick. I'm soaked, but not in a good way. No, because the rain. Yeah, rain while work isn't quite fun. I love this song though. Oh well. I didn't run to the restroom. I'm gonna go grab more coffee or tea, probably. It's cozy day. It's very cozy day. I just want to yap and chill out. Maybe we edit some towards the end. I don't know. You guys want to see my edit? B, if you're still here, I need to send you the video of the edit. I'm still not insecure about it, but I'm like, I don't know. I kind of don't like it. Anymore. I think I need to switch some of the clips around, but I have the like beat cuts right. I don't know. It's out that ba ba ba. It's out like Papa John. Anyways, I'm gonna give you Nessie. I'm so sorry to the raiders who have just joined. I'm gonna step away for a second. I'm just gonna run to the restroom and get more drink of some sort. Oh, Jesus Christ, why is my hair so long? Nice. Anyways, I'll be right back. Stay safe. You have Nessie to comfort you. Do not worry.
on, Miss Mochi. Got the beekeeping game. That sounds cool. Mochi. She ain't headed this way at all. It's a feminine nominal. Nessie, yes. Nessie, my Nessie. I came back to FNAF. No, this is Poppy Playtime. Oh my god. Let's go. Back to farming. Out. I need this further away from me. Okay. So what do we... No, I'm too far away now. Let's see. Oh, Queen of the Sauce. Oh. Can make stir fry now. Thank you. I'm intrigued by the game you're talking about. So long. So long. So sorry. I don't know. I said so long. I can't sit like I was sitting like a straight person. I was sitting like a person who doesn't have joint issues. It's things like this that I'm like, yeah, I think I have major joint problems in some sort. Something's wrong with me to sit like this. My husband! So look, I love you. For the soil beneath my feet, fresh air to fill my lungs, and the sun's warmth to delight my skin, life is going well. I like the way he thinks. What a wonderful man. Anyways, I made tea. We have tea. What tea did I make? My black rose tea. I was like, what tea did I make? I am hitting that point now where I put honey in my tea. Perfectly fine. It's my lavender honey. It's almost gone. Which means it's that same time of year when I get really depressed about the Ren Fair, because it's honey I get from the Ren Fair. The good thing is I technically could buy it online. They have an online sale because they're from Southern California. They're from here. So I could go out and go get some myself. But I get sad because I usually just buy from the Ren Fair and that's my supply for the year. Is it enough supply? No, it's definitely not enough. But it's so good. I love the honey so much. My potatoes are ready too. We're only on day 7. Okay. So we need more kale and more potatoes. I need to go check with the... Did we plant cauliflower? I think I did. Okay, I should have a lot of iridium. Why did I put that like that? I don't know why I put this all back here. They are gonna stay here for now. We're gonna do some reorganization. There we go. Nope, wrong one. I also don't like the order that these chests are in because they're in like the opposite. They're flipped around from what I have in the community farm and I'm used to that one now. So oopsie. What if I... No. What did I need to do? I need to see if I have seeds. want to plant these ones. Damn, I have a lot of pineapple seeds. Okay, we'll just plant these ones really quick. Did I just get extremely hungry? Three. Okay, now let's go buy seeds. Okay. There's my silly little guy out there. I think we should do the skull cavern. Honestly, with the community farm, that's the first time I've ever properly done a skull cavern. Like, beating it. It's the only time I've ever done it. And it makes me very giddy and happy. It was with all my friends. 3 catfish? Okay, good luck. To me. I'm the one fishing. 10 of those. Okay, 10 of those. We'll buy some leftovers. There we go. Okay, we have some leftovers. And seeds to replace. I think I am hungry. I have Ritz crackers next to me, though. I shouldn't eat. I need a bit of diet move. Ate my broken brain? What happened to it? What'd you do? Maybe if I just get those over? I don't know. How many did I make this across? Oh, there's one random hole there. Fill it with these. These boots are doing fine. A boom away. No, that's real. Real as hell. Real as hell. Brain do be broken because that's not good. But it do be like that. Oh shit, I gotta go fucking take care of the animals. How would this path look if I put like... Oh my god, that's so little hay. Damn, that's crazy. Oh my god, why is there so many truffles today? It's okay. You're stuck with us. Fucking break these. I don't use my energy. It's crazy that I don't use my energy each day. Oh my god, they're all moving. My friend is sending me photos of bears, and that I said as I was. It's so silly that that's all that it takes because you're so real for that. Me with cats. Just like, life is restored now. I have cat pictures. Me when I send you Carlos pictures later. Oh. I didn't milk anything there. I like my animals free roaming, but at the same time I don't. Because I can't catch them. And they're too far away. Gonna walk up. Oh, yay! Chicken, you're getting too close to my farm over there. Thank you. Love you guys. Love you guys. Okay. Oh my god, if you played Fields of Mystria, I wasn't really feeling like that one, but we could have seen all of the animals that I named after you guys. I forgot about that. Hee hee hee. Been drawing my bugs and looking for inspo, and the only other thing coming up is bears. It knows your brand. It knows what you normally like, and it's like, why would you want anything else? I don't want this right now. This song, I will accept. This fruit tree, you're not fruit tree. Get out of here. I have a setup of fruit trees for a reason. And, why did I... This fruit tree gotta move. This fruit tree... I have so many apricots. I don't think I need more apricots. Dun 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 dun. Air stop. Dun, 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 dun. I should I should bite more. Bite you, bite you. Why are you biting me? We haven't made that noise in a while. If I stretch, I'm going to pass out. I say as I'm stretching. Okay, hold on. Okay. Just how are you? Let's see. 15, 14, and a 10. You're doing pretty good. You were having a good day. Chill, calm, type of good day. Did a lot. The vocal sim for both of us. I haven't done it in a while. I think my hair has reached a point where I just need to put it up. The hair clip is not doing it because my bangs are what are annoying me. I have so much hair now, dude. But my bangs are the problem. I should probably get a haircut. Na 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 na. Oh, Coco, you want to roll? 8, 10, and 18. You're doing good. The low roll of 8 is because we have no fucking time to play fucking Halo. Okay, this song isn't the vibe, but I just think of One Piece. And I love One Piece. What was I doing? What the fuck? Everyone's gonna sell all the cheese. Okay. Oh, he wants a potato. Oopsie, sorry, Mr. Lewis. Forgot about that. Take a normal potato. Let's go give Mr. Lewis a potato. Was it Lewis or Linus? Lewis. Okay. Okay, Boomlay. Diamond Eyes, in parentheses, Boomlay, Boomlay, Boom. Close parentheses. That's a zombie show. Bondi, I can do. Bondi, I can't do. Can't do it, dude. Can I put a random thing? Ooh, I could line this fence with what are so fucking called? Scarecrows. Where is the mayor at this current moment? How late is it? 2. Mr. Mayor, are you at your house? Probably not. He's probably in the community center. I forgot we built that. We filled that? We filled that. You know? I can't speak. Where is the address? Are you in here, sure? Yes, he is. Pretending to be a mayor. Pretending. I say yes, he is the mayor, but he's pretending to be the mayor. I'm bad at catching catfish. I really don't want to catch the catfish. We gotta give all the flowers to Sandy. I need her to be my friend. I forget trash my pocket. It's a very calm, cozy day. Itch my eye. I really was like, yeah, we're gonna play Dead Take. Did not happen again. I have makeup in the corner of my eye. Oh, those are all done. That's the wrong one. Everything is literally in this one. Five ores. We have 4. Okay, but we have 6. Sprinkler, sprinkler, sprinkler. 1, 1, 1. Okay. We're gonna work on the stone path. We should move these. What if I just move it down 1? No, I should move it so that I can then move it across. Oh, okay, we're just gonna keep... Nope, not what I wanted, but it's okay. I've made a little bit of a pickle of a predicament here. Good enough. Oh, that works. Okay. I don't know where I'm putting this one. Okay, that goes there. I don't know where I want to put these. I guess it wouldn't be a bad idea to put these inside. But I feel like that's gonna be not as nice. Because then if I need something, I have to go all the way inside and then come all the way out. Do I want to do this through, like... Yeah, yeah, yeah. I like that. I like that. I like that. Okay. I'm gonna have to do math again, but I love this song. Do we forfeit a, apricot tree? Because I have like 20 of them. I don't have like 20 of them, but I have like 20 of them. Why don't I just do one long path? Petro, 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 Pe. Because that's going to be off balance. Why am I going so intense on this? I mean, I guess that's not off balance. Actually, that's pretty nice. It looks like a dick. I'm sorry. They called it for the day? Is it raining that bad? Dun, dun, dun. We should do a path down this way. Is that a tree I can chop? Yes. Give me that. Yep. Damn, that's crazy. But that's good. I mean, that is better. Because if it's raining. Bow, bow, bow. Ooh, what they do? Car did a nice little Petrope. I think that would be nice. We're like laying the tracks down. Either that or do I need hardwood for it? I don't. Okay. Because she had, I'm copying her idea because she had a very nice, like, little bench area. I think that could be cute. Do I like how that looks? Do I have a bench? I think I have a bench in my house. We're gonna steal the house bench. It's coming outside now. I love DPR. I don't have a house bench. So we're gonna buy a bench. I don't know. I might have a house bench. Mahogany table. I could put that outside. I think I'm scared. I don't know why. Why is he standing there menacingly? If those your lights, oh, oh, scaredy cat. Oh, oh, heart attack. So, oh, scaredy cats. I'm doing good. I'm very mellow today, which is fine. I'm scared at that little line. I think I'm scared. I don't know why. Ooh, silk song. Oh, oh, scaredy cat. Oh, oh, heart attack. Oh, oh, scaredy cat. Oh, oh, heart attack. You're not there. Hi, Nikki, I miss you. Not there. Yep, not good. But hey, I'm here. Oh, we love you, Doc. It be that way. It do be that way. I hope you do feel better later. Put on your favorite, like, video game or something. You want me to play Mass Effect? You want cookie? I'll bake better. Oh. Clouds in the sky. Clouds outside. This doesn't make anybody's day better. A Shane cutscene. I do concur with that. Anything we can do for you, Doc? Uh-oh, heart attacks. Uh-oh, scaredy cat. Uh-oh, heart attack. Uh-oh, scaredy cat. Uh-oh, heart attack. I feel... I hate that this Shane cutscene has popped up. Oh, Yeller me? No, we're not taking that back like old Yeller. I feel like no matter what you do, you're gonna fail. Like you're stuck in some sort of miserable abyss. Deep down, you can't even see the light of day. What a time to get a cutscene for Shane. Yes, I do, Shane. I was like, man, what a time to get a Shane cutscene. Don't make me relate to you, literally. Shane, we didn't need this. Fast drinker, huh? Woman after my own heart. I'm married, Shane. Just don't make it a habit. Got a future ahead of you still. Yeah, I literally have a husband, and I think I'm having a child, so I shouldn't be drinking. Well, my liver's begging me to stop. Better call it a night. See you around night. Anyway. What rules? My rules? Whose rules? What about I need a gift for the missus? Oh yeah, I need more geodes. Because the rule is you're stuck with us. Or don't die, you're not allowed to. Rule 4. I can agree with that though, Kai. Rule 4 and Rule 44. And you roll to the next rule, and it's also, yes, you're not allowed to. Other stuff in the book, please say something. If you want to talk about something, say something. Have fun, don't die. Does not apply to Doc. Please. It apply to Doc. It apply to every single little goober here. Why did I place that in front of me and be like, wow, I can't walk now? Every single one of you matters. I didn't want to hit that. I shall be here soon. Ichi-ni-san, go. Bonk. Bonk? Jeez. Okay. Damakono wa shiki nai. Yeah. Sa me ya sa me ya sa. Just simple rules. If you feel uncomfortable about stuff in the book, please say something. If you want to talk about sovereign and say something, have fun, don't die, please. Yes. Don't die, please. Doc, if you need anything, really, please let us know. We love and cherish you a lot, and you're the biggest supporter in this community. And I mean it. You carry this... That's the wrong chest. You carry this community on your back. Literally the biggest supporter here. So politely, no. We love you very much. Why is the cat asleep up there? I will politely fight you. To know. There was many other people in this community that if you do need something or need somebody to talk to, please reach out. You're stuck with us, buddy. In the laughing matter, you're stuck with us. Yasumi, oh Yasumi, close your eyes. So, oh Yasumi, oh Yasumi, oh. Keep on getting more cutscenes. Got a workout walking all the way up here. You want more diamonds, ma'am? I have more for you. I came to ask if you wanted to have dinner with us tonight. You don't have to. She decided, could you bring a... Like one of those simple fish for the... She wants me to come over to dinner, but she said, hey, can you bring the main course? Damn. Can't support it. Technically not the biggest supporter anyway. You're still the biggest supporter because you know how many games you've given me. You know how many games you've given Kai. You know how many trinkets you've given me and Kai. And including stuff you haven't given us yet. That concludes too much more. And I will say, it doesn't matter about the money for me. The love and support you give this community is much more than any money that you could ever give. It's in the mountains. Thank you. Eggplant Parmesan. Ew, did he say it? See you soon? No. You turn up every time? Exactly. In this case, and point, it don't matter about the fucking money. You're still the largest supporter here. And I stand by my point. Okay. And the cows stand by their point too when I don't need them to stand right next to the point. Unless you want a cow. I don't know if I can get you a cow, but I would get you a cow if I could. If I could, I would get you a cow. No, don't eat the goat cheese. No, don't. Oh my god, my feet are so cold. Gar's playing Risk of Rain too. I'm gonna die soon, but I'm here and queer. Well, please charge your phone. But I'm glad you're here. Glad you're queer. Hopefully you're doing well. You have no money. Did I? There we go. Do we need to have a meowioki to make some people's days better? To be silly hee hee ha ha? Okay, so it's nothing. I think I already milked. Yeah. Miku Miku Moo. Oh, there we go. Again, I'm gonna be I know. But still, we stand by everything we say. Politely and kindly would fight you. Because we do love and support you here. I don't know how bad I am in Silk Song. Just out here repeating all the Hornets dialogue. The Shaw. Dude, the Shaw girl. She's so funny with the Shaw. Shaw is such a fun word to say. If I told you not the fate that me. That's it, Halloween. I think there was more truffles. This way. Na 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 na. Distrust. I have pizza in my pocket. Meow 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 meow. Mines. Thinking about Barbie girl. A spoon ate me in the nose. Oh my gosh. Oh. No, somebody here doesn't like Stranger Things. I vaguely remember. Where the frick is the catfish? I don't like catching the catfish. Whatever you desire. Tis also I, tis I. Tis I, tis also I. Yeah. Because I was going to ask, is anybody gonna... Or excited, I guess, for the new season? I hate that Netflix has started splitting up stuff. So I'm like, if you're gonna do that, just, you know, weekly episodes. I'll take that. My head hurts. What's your own principle? Yeah, okay, I remember your principle. Yeah, yeah. I do remember that. I'm gonna go in the mines just a little bit. I need to see if I find geodes. Whatever you desire. Wait, didn't I have enough geodes? Because that's what I did last time? I think I did, actually. Hold on. Oh, baby, you're a fighter. I'll stop. Watched the first 3 episodes and thought it was overhyped. Fair. Can I send you sketches of my silly bugs? Why, yes, of course. Also, that's fair. I think I had watched it when it first had come out before it was, like, hyped. It's up my alley of the shit I like, so I like it. But that's fair. It got an animated series, and that's the one where I'm like, oh. Okay, I thought we were gonna let it die after this. Because, like, it deserves rest. I don't want it to be, like, any other show where it's like, okay, so we're gonna keep on going. Like, no. You don't need... I mean, spin-offs if you want to do something in the same universe, different people. That's pretty cool. Yes, I have gift. Gift for the missus. Oompa loompa doobity doo. I've got a bad. Oompa loompa dabba dude. I've got a bad feeling about you. Bad feeling. Bad feeling. I've got a bad feeling about you. Ooh. God, the little sketches, that's like also like the sketch for soup. I really like those. I like how those sketches look. Like the final product, cool as hell. But the sketches look really cute. I love the colors on the second one. The first one, it gives soup vibes. It gives same vibe as soup. But I like it. I like all the flowers on the back of it. Hi, Junior. That's you. Bad feeling. 18, 8, 17. You're doing good, but a little sad you can't be here. But you're doing good. I missed my lunch break. You missed your lunch break, bitch. That's important. Anyways, me like the bugs. Nah. I got the jungle tank. Oh, they have 3 little kids. Same artist? They're so cool. They're friend. They're really cute. I like the style. The style is very cute. Very cutesy, very demure, very adorable one to squish, even though bug. Like squish face, not squish dead squish. I've got a bad feel. Holy shit. God. Whoa. That shit's freaking huge. Yeah, that's gonna sit back there. That's gonna be a darker room now. Oh my god, I forgot about this song. Maybe I do it like that other time. No, put that there. We're using this. I didn't miss my lunch break, but I was doing stuff, so I missed going to Twitch. Oh, okay. I mean, at least you didn't miss your lunch break, but I hope you're doing well. I hope work's going well and everything, and I hope you're thriving. We miss you, but I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. The second to stay. Da, 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 da. Either this one, or where are the ones that I like? They should be down here. I like these two options. Let me fix this. No, I think this is the winner. Yeah. That's gonna go in here for now, because I don't know where the frick to put it. We do miss you, Junior. I am proud of you. I really hope you've been well. Get love sick and twisted. Wow. I forgot about this guy. I loved his music. It's very like dark romance. Is anybody reading any interesting books recently? Maybe I take myself out to Barnes & Noble later. You know when you have those intrusive thoughts? And I know we all have them here. And sometimes it's a silly hee hee ha ha intrusive thoughts. And or like me talk Simlish when me talk like Glep. Interesting per se. Has it been a fun read? And not necessarily fun like, wow, this is really funny. Just like fun in a sense of like, man, what the frickin' am I reading? What the frickity? What the frickity? That's it. Yeah, my intrusive thoughts was a match of energy of your intrusive thought. And I'm like, whoa. Whoa there. I'm like one click away from buying a manga. Oh, what manga, Kai? I actually need to see. We're gonna take a momentarily manga break. Oh, fucking smack my tea. Because I want to see if the romance manga that I have been reading. I have a couple of romance that I've been reading. But there's one I really like, and it's very cutesy. Oh no, it's not out yet. Volume 4 is still pre-order. When does it come out? December 16. She told the guy she liked him in the manga, and he said, I don't know what love is. So she got denied, but not denied. It's very cute. Get it done. I miss you too, friends. I miss you. Junior, I should play Peak with you sometimes, because I know you play it. It's been an okay read. Okay. Honestly, as long as it's been okay. As long as it's not, I have had one singular hate read. I kind of want to reread it because it was still really good. It just, I got so annoyed by it. It's my beef with some like the romance books, like adult romance books. I'm just like, okay, you're going all in for the smut, and that's fine. But then you throw in the plot, and now I'm like, okay, you have me invested in the plot, but the plot is the second concern, so it's not the main point of the book, so but I'm invested in that, and you're not giving me enough information now. Let's return. Goodbye. Make the money. And money printing. Oh my god. Illegal. Have fun. And we love you, Junior. We miss you. Okay, my true thoughts have been worse since I'm ill. Honestly, you're real for that, Kai. As much as I do love the rain for me here. Love it. Like I said, I really love the song. The sun. And I have been missing the sun very dearly, and it puts me in a whack. So, oh my, I've been going through it. How's it begging me to watch? Oh, the gays. If you ever want to talk to somebody about that too, Kai, B absolutely fucking loves that series. She has almost all of them. She has the art book for it. We went to go meet a specific English voice actor to go meet him. I actually love him. It's Jonas Scott anyways. I love him in other stuff. But we meant to go meet him so he could sign the book for her. Very cute. Romance, but I trust Quiet. I do trust Quiet, and that is a really good one. I have not watched it, but that is a good one. Really cute. It's cute gay high school romance. Yeah. Oh yeah, I need to start watching that one. I watched episode 1 when me and my friend were putting our other friend on like we watched like 5 different animes in one day where we just watched episode 1 so that we could give her a taste of all them, which was really fun. Honestly, it was a really fun thing to do. But I really need to watch that one because oh my god, I adore that series so much. I haven't even watched it or read it, but I adore it. Hello, Gothic, welcome back. Demi Beast, okay, but like that's what Demi Beast husbandry for a fun profit was? It's a decent plot. Kind of hooks you, but then gets full. Yeah. I don't know why. I thought that was gonna hit that. I guess it might have hit that. She just gotta dance. Let me see if I can reach it. I don't know if I can reach it. There's this one author. She writes really good. Oh my god. I like her smaller books because I've tagged them before. Apples Dipped in Gold was okay. That one was okay. Scarlet Claire, Sinclair. It's the one that, like, I don't know. I swear to God, they were on a horse, and I don't remember if they were or not. But it was, yeah. It gave me plot towards the end. I was like, wait, I'm kind of intrigued now. But, like, this is how big the book is. It got really heavy on the plot, like, in this later half. And I'm like, wait, but now I'm, like, intrigued and confused. But then the book ended. There's a second book, so it's, I think it's duology. I don't know if it's getting 3. But yeah. Sending me edits of them, both, and making me want to watch it so badly. As well as a couple movies that he wants to come down. Oh, that's cute. The movies will be fun. Especially watching with people always is fun. I can say for that show, if you ever want another supporter of it, Nikki loves that show so much. Like, that is her show. Cannot not watch it, to be honest. Correct. Which one? Which one for what? Sorry, I looked into the book and was disgusted. Not really disgusted, but I'm like, oh, I don't. Half of this book was their travel from her kingdom to his kingdom. Oh, my poor friend has been kind of going through it with her book that she wants to publish, but because she's been trying for years and she hasn't for a full year, like, really tried to try to put out for publishing. And so it's really sad because her books are really nice. Sorry, that was the face of, I think I'm depressed. Yeah. You're not a catfish. Might just be rough. It's okay. Oh, maybe it's not okay. I'm just getting algae. Shit, same girl? Yeah, it's kind of hitting. I think it's the mix of, like, holidays slowly coming up too. And I had some shitty stuff that's happening right now too, which I need to respond to her. Poor girly. Yeah. Every time I go away for the weekend, like, literally to work, and then I come back to acting stuff, I suddenly feel very off about it. I think I need to continue doing, like, acting, searching, and whatnot during the weekend, because then it really puts me off when I start it for the week. Oh my god. Oh. Watch more anime? I've been waiting to, but I don't know what to start. It's overwhelming. It is. No, dude, that's why I never watch anime. Like, even me, who have watched a lot, I stopped for a while, so now I'm behind. So it's really overwhelming picking which one to watch. Real, Quiet tried. Quiet. We're gonna watch them together. Ooh. I'm trying to think of good ones that are either, like, classics that are really good, or just good. Yeah. Romance, I will leave up to Quiet. I can give feedback of, like, oh yeah, I really like that one. But I do trust Quiet with the romance. Delicious in Dungeons. That's one you actually should watch. That was good. That's on Netflix though, so if you don't have... Oh, well, it should be on other things. No, actually, I don't know. Because I think it was done by Netflix. I don't remember. But that one, I think, is one that you both would enjoy if Quiet hasn't watched it already. I mean, I can give you my favorite romance of all time. I don't know if Quiet's ever seen it. Because it's my favorite, it's fantasy show. And I love it. It's from my childhood. It's my favorite one. I fucking love it. Anything but not, to be honest. Fair, fair, fair. Do you like shows or are okay with shows with fan service? There's one thing in Delicious Dungeons that you will find so fucking funny. And it's not really like fan service, it's just a funny fucking scene. God, because I love it. I get this? No! So you're talking about, dude, yeah, that's, I don't know what, like, I know why that popped in my head. Yeah, damn. Just like the, whoa, oh, damn. It's so funny. Like, even just the facial expressions of the, like, the animation is so funny. But Inuyasha is my favorite, like, favorite romance, but it's a longer series. I think my brain just hit a, like, wall where it's like, what's the meaning? What's the meaning? Oh, the meaning is Kesha. The meaning of life is Kesha. Oh, I do love Vampire. Done half of Delicious Dungeon. I want to watch more. Am I forced Quiet to watch it? Yeah. Yeah, I think he would enjoy it. So I would say, yeah, that's a good choice to, like, force him to watch it too. Because it's just really good comedy. The animation for the food is really fucking pretty. And it's D&D. Like, it's a dungeon crawler. I'm trying to think of other ones I really liked. Haikyuu. I love Haikyuu, my love. But that one's technically, for anime-wise, is not even done. Bad at watching things alone? No, you're real as hell. I was just reading normal emails, and then the song hit, and I almost just started crying. Literally nothing bad was on my phone. It was literally just a shift trade post. I almost started bawling. Oh my god. Oh my god, what the freak? That was like just a wave of like, cry. It was just like, do it, bitch. What are we talking about? We're talking about anime. Kai's getting into watching anime. Quiet has recommended a lot of romance. So romance category is check. So we're just kind of recommending things. Ooh, Free Ren. I think you would also enjoy, and I think Quiet would enjoy that one too if Quiet hasn't watched. If you watch Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, good long though, where it's like, okay, it's a good amount of long where it gives everything you need. I cried my eyes out. I cried my eyes out at a character who, it's sad, but Nikki didn't expect me to cry with that person because, like, it's just something that happens. It's just one of those where it's like, oh yeah, that happened, but like, why are you so emotional about that one? It hit me hard. It just hit me really hard, okay? Ooh. I would recommend One Punch because it's good. Yeah, Buccaneer. I can tell you exactly why it made me cry too. One Punch is good. The first season's good, but a lot of people have been saying bad things about the second season, and it's simply because the animation went downhill. Oh my, I don't know why I was about to like fucking cry. I felt my things and don't understand. Watch from okay. I'm like, I think that's up his alley. Make it watch it again. A lot of people like Solo Leveling, but that's just like action. I do love the English voice actor, so I would watch it for him, but like I have no interest. Mashley is very funny. That's like a stupid humor type show. They stand to me. Okay. My recs are based on first season only. Don't watch second season because normally they aren't out at the same. Yeah, fair. I can give you the update about the second seasons. Down. Abram. Cowboy Bebop has a man. They're fucking fits. I love them. Oh, you can watch this show for shits and giggles. This is one hell of a show. Said he said you said he should watch it, and he messaged me in the middle of magic. I love that. He said she said. 6:30. I'm waiting until 7 for dinner with Jody. You know the tabby? Ooh. Mike's family? What the fuck? He's beating up people in magic right now? Ah, so he's fucking winning. Wait. You said you should watch it and you made me in the minute. I really love it. Make you watch this, Sarah? You cannot do this to me. I'm gonna be real with you, Kat. I ain't even ever seen it. I can't do that to you. If I haven't been through this suffering, I cannot put you through this. The opening, however, though, it just jingles. I really love. Somebody did get mad at my store when I worked there. Give me that. We're going to Jody's house. Okay. Somebody was really mad that this book was facing out. There's nothing bad on the cover. Truly, it is. I think the first volume is 3 of them on the cover, but like, nothing bad. It's just because the word bitch was on it, and they were like, "How could you do this?" I'm like, "I'm sorry." Not recommend. What is it? So glad you came and you brought fish. Wonderful. I like playing on the community farm because I don't really care about the cutscenes too much, so it's really fun going through it and then not reading the stuff. But when I play alone, I'm like, I gotta read it. Oh, Berserk. Oh, yeah. That's fair. I feel like... Roku-chan? Wait, is that the... Wait, Gothic, that's my... That has to be, right? The ghost one? I dropped my... Never touching Berserk ever again. Yeah, Berserk is for... I dropped an air. Where the freak did it go? Looking for you. Yeah, for doing that. My earring was bothering me though. Oh boy. Did it fall in there? Where the hell did I go? Sorry, I disappeared. So fucking dark, yeah. There were yes, okay, Gothic, I agree with that one. That one's silly, haha. That one's really good, and there's a lot more stuff in it because I read it. I haven't read it in a while, but it was really good, and I enjoyed reading it too. I need a vacuum. The cats have left nails on, like their nails. Where the frick did it go? Oh, fucking tactic. Okay, my earring is MIA. The earring's fucking gone, bro. Huh? Ooh. This weird romance, but it's really good. Dude, Black Lagoon's really good. I'm just searching for this freaking earring. Okay. Guess I'm not gonna have an earring right now. Out of the background now, Obi-Wan. Sarah, you okay? Oh, I lost my earring. I undid it and I had it in my shirt and caught it and then it fell on the floor. So I don't know what happened to it. Okay. It's somewhere on my floor. I will find it. Clannad. Oh, Clannad will make you cry. Clannad I feel like would be fun to watch with Quiet, because I think Quiet might cry too. Kent caught a fish too, but he eats the whole fish himself? Oh. I mean... well, not that hee. He said hee. Crispy, bash was delicious. Breading was to die for. Tear up every time. That's why I don't watch it. Because I will and I'm like, no. I'm like, I don't need that. Just no. Wait. What did I even? Where the freak? I'm really baffled at where this earring went. I can't vacuum now because I need to find the earring. Oh well. I'll just need to remember by the end of stream. Catch 3. Really, I ain't catching 3. I ain't catching any catfish. Am I done with... I wonder if I'm just gonna leave that. That never catches anything. It does, but it doesn't. Do I have the big raccoon friend? I never come down here anymore. I didn't know about that till our stream literally yesterday. Don't you need... Probably. Honestly, I don't know. At that point, I was just waiting to go into Jody's house, but... Oh, he is here! What do you want first? He taunts me. He taunts me because he wants a catfish. How dare he? How dare he want a catfish? Dude, I'm so confused where the earring went. 0 to 2 and 3? Oh, man, that's crazy. That's probably why. Got one for you to cry. Ooh. I'm intrigued. I shouldn't do that. Yeah, I shouldn't do that because of that. Okay. We're just gonna go back to the house. I want to know which one. I hate crying with anime, but I really love it because it just means it's really good and I get emotionally attached to them. Ooh, oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. This is Hunt Showdown. Gauss. No, you know what? Yeah, let's do Jack Black's Baby Baby. Baby Baby. I supposed to know. I don't know how I have things organized. Do I have a cabbage? Yes. I do. My loneliness is killing me. Confess, I still believe. I lose my mind. I need to put this fish in there. I don't think that fish fit in there. It did not fit in there. Okay, you go in there. I need to smoke some of the fish. Random Rhythm. Graham for the Phantom. What is that one? Nothing that I wouldn't do. Nothing that I can't. Ooh, that's an older series. Loneliness. Kind of looks vaguely familiar. I don't know what to do with this fairy dust. We're going to put that there. I go to bed and then we give the man his catfish tomorrow. I'm gonna search for my earring one more time. It's a long time since I watched it, but I'm pretty sure it takes. Yes. Yes, it does. It is a very rough one. Alright, that's just my hammer. Loud ass hammer. Did a good job with it. Like, even if it bounced away, it went so far. Most people don't like his first episode was rough. I agree. What the hell? Where'd it go? Goddamn Aaron! How did it get away from me? It's a giant ball. Like, literally the earring is a giant ball. How did I lose it? Like, shower? Go have a good shower. Just warm up after being in the rain. I'm so, like, baffled. I don't know where the earring went. So rain is coming. There's a little bit of rain. Took note that I think we can do it. I don't know about today. I think tomorrow maybe. Oh, there's my husband. Thank you, husband. 500. Thank you. He's paying us rent, bro. At this point, garlic is ready. I don't have enough garlic to replace that. So I already planted some. I'll just do that. Don't. Any contact pros yet? Well, that's good. Oh, I don't. Oh, we still need to go to the store. There is a lot. Let's do the parsnips up here. Oh, man. Okay. Oh, we have some honey ready, too. Why did I make so many plants? I mean, I am a farmer. I guess I'm doing my job. Promise flowers bloom. Ooh. Yeah, I don't think I planted anything there, and that's perfectly fine. We'll collect everything. Garlic bread. Dude, garlic bread sounds so good. Put things in here. I'm not making jam, so I'm not making like any money. Let's just take that. We're gonna do this. We're just gonna put back into production this stuff. No, don't eat it. No, don't eat it. Okay. So we have some. I need to make something so I can make some money. Some money. Oh no, that's the wrong place. Blue Jazz Honey. She's my friend song. I heard it hit the floor though. Or like metal or something. On that. I'm completely baffled. Wow, that's dusty bit. I think we're gonna clean my room after stream, I'll be honest. It got quite
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Hydrate, okay. Where could it have gone? Unless I rolled that way.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Did I pause the game? I didn't. Thank you. I will hydrate. I will hydrate. I will hydrate. I'm so confused. I'm so like determined. I need to see where this freaking earring went. I'm so baffled. It rolled. Where did it roll to? I have a Pokeball. Friend won that for me. That freak. I found it. I found the goddamn earring. But you didn't eat it. No, it's bad for your tummy. Don't eat it. I found it. Now I can be at ease. This is dark clean. Fuck yeah! I just found my earring too. Okay. So I need to go get garlic. And I don't really want more parsnips, but they're always good. I think I have plenty right now. Maybe do something else. Maybe cauliflower. Oh my god. It was under my slipper, under my desk. Freaking looking everywhere on the floor. Green algae? For breakfast? Okay. Who the frick is that, actually? I can't make fun of her. It's a sweet old lady. Oh, maybe some more potatoes. Do 15 of that. We'll do more potatoes. Okay. That should be plenty. Oh my good heavens. I'm gonna hydrate again, just in case. I have this book next to me now, and I'm still pissed off about it. I need to finish the, time I saved the demon. Time I got drunk and saved a demon. I need to finish reading that. Like, if I pick up a romance book to read right now, it needs to be that one. At least to finish. Like, I need to finish some of these books. I have my workbook that I'm reading, which is a horror one, which is not on brand. Maybe I pick up... Oh my god, would it be such a bad idea if I went to go pick up a cheesy Christmas romance book? Should we do that? Should I pick up a cheesy romance? Christmas romance? I don't want this song. Even if I'm changing to... Yes? Okay. Oh, this is... I haven't watched this movie yet. I really need to. I'm gonna add it to my like songs though, because I know it pops off. Okay. Hey, do we want to like shop on Barnes & Noble and pick out a romance book for me to to read, and I'll go buy it. I put the song fucking pop. Yeah. I like how I added it to my like song and basically said the same thing. I know this pops. Because I know they did a good job with this movie. I have been... Usually I don't avoid, like, behind the scenes for movies because I like watching the creations of stuff and looking at it. This one I have been avoiding because I'm like, no. Not gonna lie. I think this is gonna get added to green. I turned it up a little bit too much. There we go. We should pick out a romance book for me to read. What's you doing? Yo, you found truffle. Give me that. It do bop. I really do gotta watch this. Oh. Egg. Give me egg. Duck egg. I see. I think I'm gonna take these eggs inside. It do bop. This is the center song. Yes, it is. Hi, Jody. Welcome back from the hell of a work. It is. I still haven't watched the movie because I wasn't home when the wife put it on. What are you doing up here? What the hell is that cow doing up there? Oh, yes. No. I need to watch it. I'm not trying to smoke it. Bitch, watch it. I know. I've been watching other things. I finished. Oh, I finished all of Fear Street. Jordy, I really needed to message you about Fear Street, but I feared for my life because I was like, wife is with you. She has not watched it. I cannot send anything because I'm going to accidentally spoil it. And I was not about to spoil it for her. Give me that. There? Yeah. Hit me with the Fear Street. Now I can hit you with the Fear Street shit. They were really good. Yeah, because I was going to message you about the plot twist in the second movie that shocked me. And then the twist in... I like that each one kind of had its like own little twist. And shock factor. And I think it was really good. I need to go deliver this catfish. I want to watch the prom one. I know people didn't like that one as much, but I'm intrigued now. Oh, I need to watch Frankenstein too. There's so many movies. I don't have enough time. Do my raccoons need anything? Or are they happy for meow? We're happy for now. We're happy for now. That song does bop. Oh. Oh, I loved this song. This was probably, honestly, in the past, like, good couple of years. This is probably my favorite Eurovision song in a while. Oh, I guess... No, I guess the year before I really liked the song too, but this one really hits. Let me cross the river. Modest part? Those movies were... Massacre shit. Yeah. Oh! Wait, really? Yeah. Wait, yeah. Dude, the, my brain read it the sentence differently, but the like, is it 1966? Yeah, like when when the eyes got taken out, that was pretty like, wow, okay. But dude, when the one kid with glasses, that was brutal and that was really fucked up. So that makes me feel every feeling I want, especially as a trans. Yeah, I can agree with that, Kai. That's why I'm like, I liked the year before because it was Måneskin. I forget what song they did. Like I forget which song it was from them, from the mains. But this song really hits with emotion and everything. Yeah. My brain can't read things right now. My brain all over the place. We're depressed today. Dude, the poor kid with the glasses. That was so mean. Like... Well, I had one yesterday, little guy. I'm gonna go find another one for him. The first time I started sobbing, genuinely, you're so real for that. This song hits. The emotion in it, they did a wonderful job for it. And the performance, I really liked the performance because it was simple, effective, Also, that's some legwork. Made everyone depressed. You did not. You did not. Life just be hitting me. Truth be told, Vampire by Olivia came on, and for no reason did I want to start bawling my eyes out. Literally no reason. It just like hit me in a wave of emotion, like this song, and I was like, what's going on? Now I can talk about Fear Street and be a little happy, but I can't talk about it because I don't want to spoil anybody here. But actually, really good. Really did enjoy those movies. Now I go all the way back up here to get these goddamn horseradish. He's gonna want something else. And I'm gonna walk my ass all the way back up here and get it for him because I love him and I would do it for him. Anything for that giant little raccoon little man. I love him. Did I put my... No, it's in the other one. Put that in there. Genuinely, if somebody has not watched Fear Street here, please watch. That'd be good. 3 movies. Decent watch through. It was very cozy to watch while it was raining because I watched the camp slasher one while it was raining. Very good. I love my girly Cindy in that. Love her. So already depressed. See, yeah, we were already all depressed. Because, like, I'm not depressed, but I'm depressed, you know? You know when the depressed is just lingering there and it's just sitting there sipping its tea? Yeah, that's what my depressed is doing. What else you want? This is me feeding you guys. Okay, maybe it's not me feeding you guys. What the fuck was that? He wants a full dish now. I gave him a fish. I gave him a vegetable. And then he said, actually, I want a whole meal now. Please and thank you. He went, Me want it. As soon as one of my friends that I talk to normally appear, I like just jump on them and bombard them with like, I need to tell you this. I need to tell you this. Because I have so much to say all the time. Math is stupid. Are you doing math right now? I hate math. If it's algebra, I can help you with it. But if it's not, I can't help you with that. Algebra is the only one that I was mediocre at. When I just got in, what did you get in? Small, tiny little, silly little knife. That shit's silly. Do I have a rainbow trout anywhere? I hope I kept those. Taking over life. Not that. Wiki page, here I come. I said it. I'm staring at you. I'm staring at you, Doc. No, it's accounting. Oh, even worse. I never took a single accounting class. So I don't know anything about accounting. So like, I look back on my like old playlist of like what I listened to for that year and whatnot. Some of these songs I'm just like, ooh, was I depressed? I probably was. Yeah. Every fucking year. It don't leave me. What am I? Rainbow trout. 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. During I'm in spring. He wants a summer dish. Why staring? Tarot card deck. What'd you buy there, buddy? What set did you buy? I haven't shuffled my affirmation cards in a while. No wonder we're all doing shit. Look at me failing us all. I need my Alan and Glep to be safe. Go up there with Zoro. You are all business cards. Sorry, did you Cam? I just knocked you over. That was a delicious Ritz cracker. Well, no, oh, that was a delicious Ritz cracker. Well, what am I fucking supposed to do now? She wants green algae, I forgot. That was a delicious Ritz cracker. Am I hungry? I don't know how long to stream today. I think I do one more day of farm. I don't know, I can't just leave you guys. I needed one. I just went to bed. You should go to bed. You still need heal. Anywhere else I'd be dead. You know, Ken is how I be feeling right now. And if they face sees a friend. Hello, Sam. Good enough. We blasted for Ken. Can't. I spent all day in bed. I have too much energy. You need EP. Sing out Ken's song and then get EP from it. I really want that plant. I suppose I'll help the townspeople. Do, 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 do. A 100 potatoes. 100 potatoes. Fuck you. Feeling. Let's go. I was playing Pokemon on my 3DS. I got a shiny. You got a shiny? Fuck yeah. She slays. She slays. Okay. Tell me anything to look up. I will. She slay. She got that strut. Energy. I got 5 cupcake. I love Hatsune Miku, Charlie. I love Hatsune Miku. Just no wild honey should be able to come out. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. She steps on people for fun. She could step on me for fun. Just can, and if they love, she sees a friend. Earth they takes the man who's dying to die for me. I'm just Ken. I'm in love. I'm just Ken. I'm just Ken. No, wrong one. My name's Ken, and so am I. That lonely hand in mine. I'm just Ken. Meow, 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 meow. Boom, boom, boom. Is that what I needed? Correct? Ah, yes. Okay. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, 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 bow. I forget how many.
Hydrant, you bastard! Hydrant!
It's 2 each, right? Horrible outline, but it's an outline. This is a devil never promised honest. I don't know if I like where I've placed this. If I did this... I don't know if I like this. This is the goal. Look at my eye. I was holy shitted. Oh, I'll hydrate with water. Don't. I think there's the eyes closed. Turn out the light. Because what if we do like a road? Okay. Okay. So we gotta get some stone. And we're gonna like block out a path. So what if I did like a path here? And like we do the one there so that it's butt up against that. Says that pharaohs never promised honest. Do that. What if we take that and we could do I can't do math. I can't do math. Nice, that is. Turn out the light. It's 11 p.m. It's 11 p.m. It's 12 p.m. I can do it. I mean, I can't do it, but I can erase this. I mean, because in theory, one. Okay, 1, 2. Pause. I think I would lose one surface. Okay, hold on. I need to look at this. Okay. So 1, 2. Could I put a small strip in the middle? I mean, I could do like probably 4 here and make a huge flower garden, you know? I think that might be nice. Right. I think that might be nice. That. I don't know if that's what I want. Okay, this will be our last day and we'll have short stream. This has been a calm, short weekend. I think because my brain is revving up for the hell of witches next week. It's okay. It's okay, sweetie. Did he say Hamburgerante? He did say Hamburgerante. Forgot about that. Anyways, I'm revving up for Hell Week. Oh, maybe I could put one in the middle. That railroad. I found that now. This is gonna be the saddest flower garden when the season is not here. That's not hard. Okay, that's right. That's my heart. Didn't mean to grab that one. At least make one more. So I wouldn't be able to. I could do 2 corners and then do something in the middle. 1, 2. Like that corner, that corner? I could work with that. That's plausible. I'm not gonna put anything there today. Simply so I could, oh, because I have fucking treasure just there. This is an interesting pattern of which I have created. Let's say. No! Yeah, Jesus. That way. Move it. For now, these sit here. Oh! Oh, wrong thing. I love DPR. Yeah, this might be nice. I mean, because I can line these outside with some honey, too. Because is that how many do? Not sure. $20. More this way. I think I'm gonna make a little patch here. But I think that's cute. I don't know what I wanted to hear. It's okay. Oh, that was me hitting that. I don't really want. I love Ismavada. Okay, let's go take care of our farm. Do I need to pick anything? Maybe I pick those flowers and begin the move of it? I'm gonna pick these carrots. Keep hitting things. Let's see how this is doing in here. Ooh. And I'm a riddle, something in minor. Wait, 1, 2. Yeah, so it is a giant square. I made that cute. He. Hi. What are you doing up there, dude? Oh, I kept the eggs from yesterday. Think you like Will and Evelyn? For real, for real? Why does that sound familiar? Sing them a little, the rhythm and key. Dawn of a caramel dream. Be it. Yeah, I have heard. I have it added. The band and the song of the band. Yeah. I'm pretty sure. I looked it up on Google too, because I'm like, let me put this here. I have. I'm pretty sure you have recommended it. I'm pretty sure it was you. Most likely you. Melody without a name. My eggs. It's very good. I think I've only listened to that one song, so I need to listen to more of them. Oh, did I milk you? Or did I milk you? What the freak? I love that I named him that. Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to do that. One of y'all's is up here. Get out of my freaking... Bobby. Sunny is now not the time for... Stop it. Not at the time. Not at the time. You're so real for that. It's not the time to be on the other side. I'm on the same side. We have the same goal. It really be like that. Young. I do in fact love this song. Did I put things in winemaker downstairs? That I don't know. Oh, I need to move those looms. No, these are both fall. Oh, I have apricots in my pocket. Or are you just happy to see me? Take these, put that there. Oh, I am stuck. Put that away. That away. That away. That away. That away. Okay, this is just gonna go there really quick. Let's go see. I just love that. That just feels like the intrusive thought that you needed to scream. I didn't. Okay. Just so happened to be the best song in the world. It was the best song in the world. One makes two, two and one makes three. It's destiny. Feels go and the moon don't go and the past don't glow. It is chill time. I think I don't know if we read out today either. Oh, it's a wicked tale. And the beast was gone. Oh, don't need it. No, don't need it. Be you angels? We said nay. We are but men. Rock. I hate that I know the song so well. I know it too well. Tali? I saw Tail, but my brain says Tali?
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Remember the greatest song in the world. No, just so. Oh, welcome back, Quiet. So Mass Effect coded in my brain. Oh, it's the greatest song in the world. All right, greatest song in the world. I'm pretty sure I have this on my iPod. This disease spreads, it does. My brain either read that as Tali or somehow, even though it's not even close to the word, tiefling, therefore associated. I'm like, Karlak. Does she have sandfish in her? This is just a tribute, like that I believe. That there. She'll never know. They're throwing away weird things. Cave carrot? Oh, okay, Martin. Rich motherfucker. Don't remember any of the words there, but rich motherfucker. Do remember. This was my fixation last year. That was an old song. This year, it's Chop Suey. Don't know what's up with that. Do I have? I don't. Combat is it? Oh, I do. I do have that. Ooh, so I should sell some. Wait for that little guitar wave. Man, I love Tali. I love her so much. I love Tali. Tali, I love Tali. There were still 3 of those. No, not those. Yeah, I don't want this right meow. In my dreams. Ballad of Jane Doe. We listened to this so much last year. I like barely have listened to this entire like musical at all this year. But this was like on repeat last year. I just have a fucking fish in my pocket. So, is it here or is it rotting? I have shrimp. What does I got? Ah, take that out. Put that there. Put this. Put that there. Oh, I have shrimp in there. Don't I have crab in there too? Okay. Well, actually, just kidding. You 3 come out. You 3. Well, now 4. Come here. You go there. What do I need to do? I guess we can try to go beat up some skeletons. Or funsies. Oh, let me get some Boombas. Boombas, might as well go boom. No, I don't want to go Boomba. Let's make a little thing over there. Wrong one. Later. Is the inn? You must know where I've been. Here I am. One, two, three. Maybe I'm not opposed to this little layout here. I'm a little confused now with the rest of it, if I should do anything there. Is there any furniture I can bring outside? Bing, down, bing, down. I don't think I have anything really to go outside. Mahogany outside? A nice little picnic bench, you know? I don't have as many flowers. No, that's how it goes. Just Joan and me. Let's take the bear outside. Kai, I'm moving you outside. I have you in my pocket. Boom, 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 boom. I'm asking why you're not. Why, yes. Decoration. Decoration. I think I need to relocate that tree. It's coming together. Bet the cat, bet the cat. I think overall, the farm is coming together very nicely. I need to do more layout down here, but I have not. Do 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 do. Bow bow. Bong 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 bong. Melody goes through the air. I can chop the grass. I don't know what I'm doing down here. I think these guys need to be moved, but I like their little hut that they're in. Wow, the fuck he made a truffle over here. That's how it goes. Just John and me. Because I have no grass there. That's kind of cute. Might be nice to enclose it all. Oh, no one to sing, no one to sigh. How long does these take? Celebration. Do I have any other flowers? Plant flower seed, plant them to see what grows. We could plant these. I just need to grab the honey. And then I can pick these and put something else here. Well, I guess I should leave these. Well, this one's kind of fucked. I took it up. What do I need to build those? Wood, coal, iron, maple syrup. Wood, coal, iron, maple syrup. How much maple syrup do I have? Do I need to harvest maple syrup? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do that. We'll do that for now. Wood, what do I need? What? Coal, iron. Do I have enough coal? Okay. I should probably do some iron really quick. Okay. This is the last day. We're getting things together. Okay.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Hydrate. Okay. Okay. Like locked in for making. Like, I don't think this is too bad. Like this. And then we fill the rest with... Let's try this. I like... seeing that the seeds are different. I planted them all. Well, fuck. I actually didn't expect that. I have tulips, so that's okay. Put something there. I didn't put something there. Okay. Yes. Let me put this back. In some games, like Back 4 Blood, I'm shooting the zombies, they run right into the line of bullets, and then complain that I shoot them. I hate that. Dude, it happens in Left 4 Dead too. Enchante, enchante, enchante. And they have the audacity to complain. Okay, it's okay. Rise, we're gonna rise. Well, I guess it's. I hated always hearing Bill shouting at me that I hit him. I'm like, Bill, you ran into the bullets. You did this to yourself. I need to water my plants now. Whoa. Well, those will sit there. That should be it for today. Oh, I made a lot of my. Oh, I sold a lot of gems. It's okay. The bookseller's in town. Damn. Doing the same problem for like an hour. I'm just submitting this. Damn, that's crazy. Yeah, I would give up at that point. Respectfully. That's fair. That's far too long on one problem. Oh my god, Red Out. I forgot about that. Oh, I loved this song. I had a lot of musicals on this playlist. Oh. I had an idea what to do, but I think we're just gonna not Red Out. We're all just gonna chill. And that will be it. It's been how dangerous. It's what is new. Yeah. Ooh. It's my favorite. My friend doing. Isn't it a shame? Okay, I'm gonna release you guys. It's been an interesting little day. All the lives they need. Living in the day till the day they die. Yes, it is. I love this girlie so much. I love her so much. I've been following her for so long. Only human, they don't see who they are. They'll always be only human after all. Let's see. Does she have the song I originally followed her by? Oh, I splashed it out. I don't know if she has it on, because it's on Spotify. I love you too. Oh my god, she has Hellfire on here. Is that Minecraft? She does. Oh, Prince Ali. That's one of my favorites. Let me just add that. Okay. Thank you all. Please have a good rest of your day and everything. I know it's a short stream and it's been a short week of like a lot of stuff. And next week is not going to be a lot of things. I might move around schedule for tomorrow. I can't think. Hold on. I can't think. Anna, please calm down. I cannot think. I might switch around what days we stream stuff. Maybe we do Wednesday as a Resident Evil and start that and have fun, because I will only be able to stream one time next week, so that's gonna be quite sad. I'll be active in the chat though, at least in Discord. I'll try to be at least, because I'll be aware. And then afterwards it should be back to normal. So it's just the 1 week. It'll happen again at the end of this year as well. So that's just that. But I'm gonna say goodbye. Thank you all for just chilling and having fun with me. I know it's a bit of a slow day. It was a bit of a slow day for us all, truth be told. But please take care. If anybody needs anything, you know we're all just a message away. Please take care of yourselves. Please hydrate. Oh my god, please hydrate, stay well. Literally, if anybody needs anything, please message us in the chat. Please just tell us if you need anything. But other than that, I love you all. I love you all so much. No matter what state I am in, you guys make me happy. My stream froze? I thought it was just quiet. Damn, what the freak? It did you dirty, turnip. It did you dirty there. Anyways, I love you all. And we'll see you all on Wednesday. I'll see you all on Wednesday. Oh. I'll post my stream schedule on Monday and we'll figure out stuff. But I love you all. Please enjoy the weekend. It'll be a long way away from me. I hate the work. I love work. Anyways, I love you all. Please take care. Please. I love you all. You all are amazing. Take care. Stay well. Stay hydrated. And I will see you all next week. Bye bye.